Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. We are just about to start the second session for the day. Here we will be looking at university enterprise collaboration and beyond university enterprise collaboration, the way forward. And to start this session, I would like to invite Emeritus Professor K.D.N. Veerasinghe from the University of Moratuwa. Sir, sharing your experiences today to enlighten us with your expertise. What do you say?
Good morning to all our European partners and the Eastern partners. All good afternoon, good morning, now everyone. I think this is going to be a very informal discussion, just to share with some of our experience and the experience what we got with these 2 days and the way forward, how we can think for forward. I try to just discuss in the Sri Lankan context and taking into consideration all the, the deliberations what we got from our different projects. We have conducted about now 5 European Union projects, starting from the Ascent project. And this will be a very valuable experience for share among our colleagues, especially our young staff, so that they can think about the university as a system and university as an institution, and as an institutional collaboration, how we can go into the collaborations, then what are the difficult aspects what we come with the collaborations, and how we can do the successful collaboration. So we will talk about my experience of about the 40 years of experience in working in the universities from 1980 onwards. And I was always in with the university system. And I think that experience will be valuable for our audience to understand what we can do and how we can go forward. Actually, what we are trying to talk is this university collaboration for resilient communities. I think yesterday we discussed about how we get to the communities, how we approach the communities, how we get into the communities, and that is the most important part that we have to think about that. So I just go to a little bit of introduction from this one. Hold on. Yes, just I put this introduction, this thing. I think anything what we do in the work it is about the balance. So that here also now in this conference also now we are trying to balancing it, all the factors, all the sectors, getting into the balancing position. And I think that is the basic philosophy of the Buddhism as well, which is coming from Sri Lanka, that always try to be balanced, be in between position, then you can carry heavy load with you if it is balanced, right? So that that should be our principle in future also. Whatever the activities what we have to balance with the human resources, balance with other resources, knowledge, everything, keeping on balance, then you don't have a weight. Once the balance is there, we can take the load without any problem. So that will be the, I think, message I will try to give from the beginning. Then I will try to highlight the importance of university industry enterprise collaboration. Especially now we have to think about, we are in a crisis situation in Sri Lanka. Even the entire world is in the crisis now with the Ukraine and the Russian war, and everything goes gone to the disbalance. As I mentioned, that Eastern powers and the Western powers, or maybe the power struggle or whatever it is going to be a disbalance. So I think as the academics, our role is to how to put the things into the balance. Whenever the disbalance comes, that is the excited situation at that time. You cannot exist on the excited situation. Maybe if the chemists are there, we can think that, well, always from the excited situation, we try to come into the normal situation. Even from the molecular world up to the macro world, you can see already even the planetary systems, everything tried to from the excited situation and come into the normal situation. So, today is what is called a full moon for a day. In Sri Lanka, it is today holiday. That holiday is also given to think on that. You try to keep on the balance, keep on thinking, keep how to carry the load without any, trouble. So now our topic is the university industry collaboration. So then how to balance between the university academia with the, industry. So you cannot run the country without taking all the sectors into the consideration and taking into all these consideration into the factors and thinking all these factors and balancing all these factors and go forward. So that in the crisis situation now, we have to very seriously thinking on that now how we can make on the balance. So that we are in the crisis, I think, if I go to little bit more, sorry. So as I mentioned that we are in this crisis situation, global pandemic situation from side, then the global economic crisis and the local crisis linked to multiple factors, social, economic and environmental. Now these days we are into very critical situation of this. We have I think nothing to explain on that with all the like the power, energy and everything all are in the excited situation, and we trying to somehow now keep into the balancing situation, taking our experiences. So if we take the Sri Lanka's growth rate, what you can see that we are in a very low range, even in the region. So that all the academics and the industry people have to understand this. We may think that we are in a good area, but we are not in a good area as a country, as a region, as a location, everything that we are sinking down. Politically, culturally, economically, and all these we are sinking down. So we are going from minus 3.6 we had in 2020, but now we will go for 3.4. But I think today I heard that we are now going on the minus, again, the development, this thing. So that is our one of the symptoms. Again, I think I may have showed this one, but we can see that now that is what we have to take into our now head now. Now where are Sri Lanka? Vietnam, Thailand, the countries which are going about 5% like the development rate, where Sri Lanka now just little bit above the Bangladesh. I think now the Bangladesh has been exceeded Sri Lanka also. So that we have to be little as academics. We have to again think very seriously. This is not an individual problem. To be in a university, not an individual thing. It is a common collective thing. And collectively as the intelligence of this country, they has to think very seriously and we have to act. If we act as academics, I think there is a way forward is very clear. There is no problem with that if we go for university industry collaboration. Right, now what we are talking is now university industry collaboration, and what we are trying to get the innovation process, invention, innovation, and how to put to the innovation platforms and come into the the societal act on that. Actually, I think I maybe have shown this on the innovation. The problems for innovation coming from the commercial world. So if university is alone, thinking alone that we can do everything, if there is no, the communication with the industries, you won't get the problems. So we can do some problems, we can do research papers, and we can do, that is what we have done for last 40 years. So something, doing research, making papers, okay. But we put a lot of money for the research and a lot of effort for the research, whether those research will come into the societal use. whether come into the community. The community is putting the money for all this research. So that if we doesn't come to that thing, I think as the academics, we have to think seriously that we have to go into that. That means it is necessary to understand commercial world problems and consumer needs. For this, I think we have to have the methodologies that we have trying to develop methodologies. What are the methodologies? But these are the theoretical position if I am talking. Therefore, strategic innovation management is understanding commercial world problems and technique to world situation. So as simple as this thing. So we have from one side the problems coming from the commercial world. Other side, we have the technical world solutions. We put into the funnel and we can take out the innovation. So simple to express, so simple to understand. But when you are doing to practically navigate on these problems, we can see how, from individual up to the social, up to the institutional problems, what are the series of problems that we have to face and that we have to tackle those problems to come over this situation. And I think our task is now in this, I think even this project is that how to tackle these problems and how to come over these problems and how to navigate our thing, come to the innovation platform. So the universities as the research institution. So we have all the capabilities. We have the 17 universities in the country. And we have accumulated all our cream of the university academics into all these universities. And I think infrastructure has been developed, more or less well-developed infrastructure for the universities. And then I think that part is very well given. Then in the knowledge economy, that because we are now talking about the knowledge economy, we have to get into the knowledge economy because that is the now driving force of the world. So the countries with knowledge are flourishing and countries without knowledge is going down. So that is the simple as this thing to explain now how the country's development is happening, and the knowledge became now like the capital. So previously, before the Second World, technological revolution, and now from the mechanical the revolution and the 18th century energy revolution and other thing, now we came to the ICT revolution, and in this way, the knowledge is the capital. Where the knowledge is there, that you can make money from that. Knowledgeable countries are flourishing. If the knowledge is not there, that country will not flourish. So the problem is, can university do it alone? That we cannot do it alone. So that need innovation platform. So our project is now trying to do this platform. So I think we have now, we can see we have research students, researchers, industry people, and all the communities are here. I mean, all the stakeholders are here, and we are discussing now how to take into that. Then I will share some of my experiences now when we are navigating this one, what will be the problems, what will be the puzzles that we have to come up. So I think yesterday also this have been shown that the innovation platform we have to develop. So what means that we have the academia, government, and the industry has to come into the one stage, one platform. So the research and development, education, incubators, spin-offs, that has to come from the university side, academia side. Then the what is called areas like from the government, all this financial side, financial support and other things should come. Then the industry should come for the third platform. And when we are coinciding these things, and this will take our innovation platform. So that is why I said that the university will do the inventions. University can come up with the invention. So we have, as we discussed, we may have 1,001 patents available, but whether how these patents will go into the now community, that is the task that we have to do. Unless industry collaboration is there, we cannot do these patents put into this thing. So it is a two-way now the action that we have to get the problem from the industry, work with the academia and the industry together on that problem, and then come out with the invention, and then put that invention into the marketplace. That is called the innovation platform. In the marketplace, you can't do. Market cannot be handled unless we cannot handle the market alone. That we have to get all the parties into the, that is why I call innovation platform. That means you have to do the invention to innovation as innovation come. So this is what I mentioned, that now these are the very important things that we have to understand. What are the indicators innovative economic measures now. So that first thing is what you can see each year, the index assesses the 200 economies across 7 weighted metrics. One is the research and development intensity. So that I think in the universities we do that. We have research and development intensity, then we can see that. Then the patent activity. Again, it will be, we may be very happy with the, but in Sri Lanka, if we take the patents, I think we are very low in the region. Our patents are not adequate enough, the amount to come into some of these high level indicators. Then come to the tertiary efficiency, that the totally enlightened higher education, the share of labor force with advanced education levels and the share of STEM graduates and in the labor force. How much educated crowds are available in the now in the system. That is what called tertiary efficiency. So that if we take like Korea-like country, then we have about 37, about 20% PhD, so like that. And the tragedy in Sri Lanka now is, I think that I tried last also mention, that we are very much concentrated on the BSc graduates because it is the free education. Because of that, our postgraduate arm is much neglected. I mean that postgraduate students have themselves have to find the money, and the university has to find the money. There is no government funds available. Now, if you take the developed countries' universities, they don't care about the BSc graduates. It is like our now advanced level like that, and BSc, just you get the qualification. And then all the universities measure in their strength through the how many masters and how many PhDs. How many PhD students? Maybe about 2,000, 3,000 PhD students in a university. If you take average university today in UK or whatever it is in even the Thailand and other countries, so that how much MPhil and PhDs are there. So that this is the now, I think, bottleneck in our university system. Because of this free education system, we in the freedom into the universities, and again, we are rotating on the BScs, and academics doesn't have the time other than teaching, getting into the research. And I mean, you can't get to the research unless you don't have research students. That is very simple as this. If we have 10, 15 PhD students with each professor, maybe 20, 50 PhD students, that definitely about 20, 30 patents will come. So that I think that is the experience I can give from my lifetime. Okay, we have struggled for the BSc development, curricular development, everything. And now the academia is very strong. When I went to the agriculture engineering department, we have started the department in a garage. So we were given the garage from the farm. So this is your engineering. So that even I didn't have a table. When I got my appointment as a senior lecturer, I didn't have a table to sit. I was sitting with somebody, some other table, and we were working. And then we developed the building program. We have developed the infrastructure, and we have developed our laboratory, all with the research funds. There was no government funds as such came. I think Professor Champa can, I think, tell that as the students they were that time and how we struggled that to get into the university equipment and the laboratories. So we started this research culture and the project culture. So I got the first project from the Swedish project, what is called IFS. That is only $5,000 at that time. I can still say that I can got a flame photometer from that money because I started with the salinity problem to research, and to get the flame photometer those time is a very big sophisticated equipment, but still our department has that flame photometer. So that is how we started with that $5,000, and a little bit of government money came from that. And we have to make our instruments locally. For example, for the soil moisture measurement, we had made the soil moisture cans. We made locally soil moisture cans. At that time, there was no the Falga or other thing, they were not there, just to make the cylinder, aluminum cup and this thing, we just got that. And the augers, we have constructed ourselves like that. And we did that local instrumental developmentation was one of our major areas to get the equipment and to make the laboratory, the soil physics labs has to be established because I was in irrigation. So that irrigation you cannot do with the better understand the soil physics. So to understand the soil physics, you have to measure all this practically. So to get that practically, but we have developed our equipment and our sources. And I think, but now thanks to the lot of projects, and we have now well equipped our laboratories. Then again, we'll come to the other something that the manufacturing, value-added and manufacturing output levels contribute to exports at a percentage of GDP. So that is one of the problems now you can see in Sri Lanka. So that I have to say again that I was interested in my PhD to do cotton industry in Sri Lanka. I was thinking of, because we have rice, we have going that, but we thought that next thing is coming to our clothes and let us do for the cotton. But there was no vision for this country for cotton industry. Even what today we say that we are exporting all these cloth material, but everything they imported. But this country has a very good potential to grow cotton, even the Hambantota and all these dry zone areas. And I think we have, even our history, we say that when Vijay came, that the Queen was there and they were keeping this thing. But I think somehow our policies were not there to continue with the this thing. So then I thought that, okay, nothing do that. Then I saw that the cinnamon is there, is the crop, which is our native crop. Cinnamon is only Sri Lanka. Then I think we have developed our research team to do the concentration of the cinnamon industry. I think we have gone, I don't know, I cannot say very far, but the at that time, they say cinnamon cannot be mechanized. That was the general idea of the Department of Export Agriculture. But in one of the conferences, we have shown that cinnamon can be mechanized. So that was the contribution what we made from the department. And from there inwards, I think that we have gone through that. And I think today, as you see that, we got the geographical indication, Sri Lanka now as cinnamon, that the first crop, Sri Lanka got cinnamon. Thanks to another university industry project, what we have conducted with the Ministry of Primary Industries, where I was a consultant to one of the World Bank project. After my retirement, I joined with this project, and I put the main emphasis on that. Again, the university industry collaboration was my theme. To them also, even I put the World Bank project also telling that unless university industry collaboration come, unless university industry collaboration is not there, you cannot develop the industries of this country. So that was the message I given, and then we have started some graduate programs, and we have collaborations with the 7 universities. We have collaborated. I mean, the Jawaharlal is one of the university, Ruhuna University, Peradeniya University, Kalani University, and yes, these are the universities. And I think as a result of that, we have got the international publication of a book about the cinnamon. This is the first book published in the world about the Ceylon cinnamon. So that helps to go for the geographical indication, so that with the COVID problem, the cinnamon export has been doubled now. So the income coming from the cinnamon has been doubled, and it can go for the $1 billion market within 2-3 years, but it can be another doubled with the economical improvement. And this spice sector of this country has a very good thing, so that if the engineering faculties come, work together with the agricultural faculties, and if they collaborate on this mechanization, optimization, robotics, and other technologies for the cinnamon sector, it can go very fast. Sri Lankan economy can take up very easily. So that within 3 years, there is a possibility that we can improve this sector and all the other, the spice sector, because all the foreigners came to Sri Lanka for the spices. If you really analyze our history, you can see that all these invaders from the antiquity came to Sri Lanka for get into the cinnamon. So after the COVID, the value of the spices have been increased tremendously, and a lot of medical things are coming out from the spice industry. And it has been shown that the artificial, this rasakaraka, other things are not that, hygienical. So that the big market has coming up now after the COVID. This thing like how to get the cinnamon, not the cinnamon, all the spices, products of spices, essential oils. Essential oil market has been gone very far. So the universities has all the capabilities now. If we are coming out with the finished product for this cinnamon and other spices project, there is a lot of things that if we can collaborate with the industry. So that through the World Bank project, a lot of effort has been given to make this process industry development. And those industries are well developed now. So the only university collaboration, if we come, that is where one of the area where we can come out from this crisis situation. Then the high-tech density, the volume of domestic high-tech public companies as a share of the total. So that I think our industry is not that developed. So the thinking of our industry is only the profit making. So they all now even see that today's crisis, everybody is trying to make the profit out of it. Even from the whatever crisis come, everybody trying to make some bucks from that out of that. But that is not the thing. But the profit is there. That is only one component. But you have to think about your environment, society, social development, social values, and our companies. There are maybe Brandix or something like very few companies who think about these social values and put in that. So that is a university role again to keep into the universities and get the industries and telling that these are the values that we have to go for the social innovation. What is called social innovation is that is where we have to get to the societal development, not on the only the profit for the company in the monetary terms, but the profit in the company in the societal terms. How to put into the environment development, environmental protection, taking out from the global crisis and other things, temperature increment and all these problems. How to get into that? That is the task of the should be in the companies. So that the green companies, green technologies, green thinking, and we have to say that one of the first green campus started in Sri Lanka is, I think, agriculture faculty, Mapalana. So it was about 2000. Year 2000 when I became the dean of the faculty, then we have declared the campus as a green campus. There was a green slogan also at that time. And there were some programs have been initiated to get the rainwater harvesting and all these things, polythene elimination and all these things, but I don't know. After that, faculty, a lot of other universities have come, maybe they are now successful than the Mapalana campus. I cannot say anything that whether how far we have gone into the now green avenues. But now, as you see, now the country has accepted with the energy crisis that we have to go for alternate energy forward. So in the alternate energy forum, I think they are talking, but nothing is happening because there is a big mafia between the energy sector and the alternate energy sector. These alternate energy authorities and the authorities they don't have a proper balancing dialogue. To do that, I think even a lot of individuals are complaining that even they like to get the solar system, and there is some problems from the these energy authorities and the CEB that get the connection is difficult or whatever it is. So these are some of the immediate barriers that we have to come over because people are ready to now. There are technologies available. Even I think yesterday or day before yesterday, President has mentioned that we are now putting in this crisis situation to intensify this thing. And there is another thing. Then another thing is now the organic problem. Sri Lanka declared the blanket this thing about the organic, but we have to go for organic, but you can do it immediately this thing. So we have started in our faculty agriculture, we have started the biogas technology program in somewhere in the 2004. And we have demonstrated that how the biogas is viable for the rural sector of this country. So there was the invention by the NERD Center that they have showed that out of the straw, how you can make the biogas. So if you really consider how much straw can come out from the fields and just wasting, that how can be converted into the biogas, and from that how the biogas slurry can be put as the organic fertilizer. So there is a very big potential to go for that technology, but again there is the alternate energy sector and the CB and the another energy sector, they don't have a good understanding. When we talk what they say, this technology is a very primitive or something like that. But if you really see that from India, Nepal, Pakistan, Sweden, Germany, and all other countries, and they are using very large scale and very sophisticated automated systems of the biogas systems. So that this country has a potential, if you really analyze our sector, poor sector, farmer sector, about 75%, with about quarter of acre or something like land. And of course, they will have with a very good opportunity to go for the biogas technology. Even I think we had the last week, there's a workshop, and they are now from the Energy Authority, they have made some utopian plan and telling that by 2030, they are going to self-sufficient in the energy, but that is also only on the paper. That is not, even when the questions were raised, I think there was no answer for that. Even they say 75% of this country cannot afford this one. Then if the 75% of the country cannot afford this technology, then why we are talking about the technology for other 25%? They will somehow find out their technology. But we have to think about the major sector of the country. Where the 75%, they are the farmers, they are the agriculture, they are the people who are given to the production. Now in this wartime, if there is no production system in this country, so we will all have to go for hunger. So that now I think all of our academics has to go to the poor farmers, and then give them the technologies and knowledge, how to now get the feed. That will be the now next problem from the next 2 years. So how we can get our food. So that Sri Lanka, during the Second World War, Sri Lanka didn't have a problem, because at that time, Sri Lankan agriculture was about flourishing agriculture. And during the Second World War, our budget was plus. We were one of the country, we are getting, I think, income, because thanks to the rubber, because of the Second World War, a lot of rubber has been now exported, and the money came from the rubber and other thing. And so that we have capitalized that situation, and we were very flourishing country. By the 1955 till 1955, we were very flourishing country. Only the 1977, we have started this open economy. Now we can see that the consequences of the open economy now. How much embargoes now put onto Russia? Now even the Russian person cannot change their money. Then now we have to rethink about that, whether are we going for self-sufficiency, or whether we are going to dependency on all these things with the open economy, and some problem will come out. Sri Lanka is in a very strategic point. During the wartime, this will be eyed by all maybe the Eastern powers, Western powers, all be tried, because this is a very good place where we are situated, right? If we take now party to either Russian side or whatever, the American side or whatever it is, our country will get into the bombardment. The 1945, even the bombs have been put into Colombo, Ratmalani airport during the Second World War. So we have to very think carefully. I think we have wisely now, when the problem came on this war, we took the neutrality with China, India, and Sri Lanka. So we have neutrality. I think that was a very good principle, and that we have to follow that. That was the principle what we have followed from Mrs. Bandaranaike's time with the non-aligned this thing. And we were respected by all the nations, all the international agencies, so that unless we go for this neutrality and our technology, local technology development, I think we will be in a very big, problem. So these are the things I think I just want to take that. So this is innovation platform can be developed with the business incubators, but maybe that first we have to develop university industry collaboration. And I think that now the business cells are developed in the universities. So then I think what from the discussion, we can see that there is no collaboration between these business cells and the academic departments and academia. So that somehow we have to find out the dialogue, how to get the common discussion with these business cells which has been created. But I think that the sustainability of those cells will be not maintained unless our projects and everything has been not diverted through all these things. So that if the university industry collaboration being central, that we have to strengthen these business officers in the university. And that is what I think yesterday also we discussed that in 2004, we have started in Ruhuna University business, this program. 2004, when Mrs. Chandrika Bandaranaike was the president, and came out that universities should engage with the invention and innovation. That paper came from the presidential office. So from that time, I think we have got the UNIDO to support to University of Ruhuna to establish a business incubator at that time. So that is what yesterday we told, that at that time also we have created this business, the industry placement office. That is a new cadre came to the university, and through that cadre we were trying to get into the more and more into the expansion. So that we have started in 2004, and that we have not stopped that. With that continuation, I think we get into luckily to the Ascent project. Right, okay. Now, just I want to show this diagram now for all the academics now. Now, the university has been started with as a teaching institution. So that if you go to the history of institution, I think even one of our conferences, it has been mentioned that it has been mentioned that from this Abhayagiri Vihara that we have started, that was the biggest university. And then if you go to the Gandhar, what is called Nalanda institution, that is against the international university which has been created. So in the olden time, I think in this area, you have got this with about 25,000, 30,000 scholars who were learning in this Nalanda, Abhayagiri, and all these universities. But actually, new university world, that is the Bologna University, that started the new university. And we have a project with the Bologna University also because of this pandemic one, we couldn't visit to that Bologna University. And we had, last year, we had some plan to go visit to that university and get the collaboration with them. But we are collaborating with them also, so that that you can see that how the university evolved. So then you can see that, so it will start as the educational education. So you do only the education. But when you go that, then you start the basic and the applied research, the universities. That is now we are in that one. Then we trying to get into the corporate university. When it comes to the corporate university, we have to have the alliance with the enterprises and the society. So that you can't now run alone as a teaching institution. You have to come into the corporate university. Then there you start the technology transfer. So that university can develop the technology and then you interchange technologies. Then we can start the business partnering, business partnership with that come in, and then we can start then the business incubation. So we can start the incubation at that time when we develop enough patents with the industry collaboration. But we can develop patents. You can get a even simple thing you can make and get a patent, but that is not a patent. I think Professor Champa mentioned that some of our academics have 30, 50 patents. But that patents have no value at all if you are not putting into the innovation platforms and putting into the innovation. So you can't do the innovation unless you can go for the business partner. So our project now, what we are discussing is that how to get into the business partnering, how we can overcome these struggles and come into the business world. And as we see that we have a lot of policy problems, policy environment within the university system, how to create a private company within the university, how to collaborate with the university, how to come with the public-private partnership in the university system. So the most of the thing is our academics, more than academics, administrators are not understand these problems. They may think that being in this country, there is no way to think otherwise because everybody is trying to cheat money. So even one of our registrar asked me that, what is the fever you have to get all this money? Unless you have some plug out, I mean the things out of this. This is a direct question asked me from our registrar once about 10 years back. They think that when we are working beyond our normal hours, beyond our capacity, beyond our thing that this guy should have taken up something because it's the system. So we cannot think another way, no. So that is how thinking. So that in that then you are getting into the trap. If the policies are not there, in the documents are not there, then you will be getting into the trap by going to your own will because you don't know how to, come out from that situation because you may not know that what are the policies, what are the things, and you don't know and you did that. So that I think that barriers we have now, I think, evaded all the university systems, all the vice chancellors, all the administrators are understand that what is the importance of the coming into the agreement with the different projects. Unless project doesn't come, university cannot survive because university doesn't have money. Government cannot provide the money, right? So then you go to the business incubation. From the learning enterprises you go the entrepreneurial enterprises. So the university should be an entrepreneurial university. So it is the high time, at least our university is what we are now in this project, to turn into an entrepreneurial university. So that is, I think this project will help us very much to getting into the entrepreneurial university. That means we think differently and we think on the terms of the need of the country, and we think in terms of the technology transfer of this country. We think in terms of how our local technology and our local knowledge can be put into the economy of this country. So that is our thinking will go like that. So from the investment, infrastructure, so we have infrastructure now. Now the time will say, I think we have within 2-3 years, I think we may can now go with this project to get into the next cycle, because we can now have some discussion with the UGC, University Grant Commission, and all these administrative areas, and where they can understand that because of this crisis situation, to come out of the crisis situation, this is the way forward for us. So this is one of the things what we have started this project. I can say that again, thanks to Dr. Dilantya Amaratunga, that this is the Ascent project. We have firstly get into this collaboration with the European Union. So outcome of one of the Ascent project of one of these things is that how to get into the university industry collaboration. So as outcome of that, now we have wrote this SECRA project, and I think Dr. Champika, but she is not, I don't know that whether she is available in the online, and then Evi and the Swedish group, and we got together and we put this project. I think this is a very lucky Sri Lanka in this understanding at this time that we got the SECRA project, because through this project that we can see that we can address a lot of areas that the burning time to how the university can come out in this burning time to the solving the problems of this country. So from the Ascent, then we go to the SECRA. Then the problem may be from the SECRA where to go. I think our Rohan team has now submitted another new report like Fountain, where the Yavadharapura is there. What are the other universities, Champa? Fountain. Sabaraga. Peraderi. Yes, this is the next development. So that I think thanks to the SECRA and other these projects, I think we have come out a lot of administrative barriers what were existing in the system. So as I mentioned yesterday also, I think people may ask, as the professor of Emeritus, how you are there. So then we try to now, I think I try to give a document to the UGC. I have submitted a document telling that how you can use the Emeritus professors from after that to get into the system. So there is a way forward that because you can get a lot of projects, but if you don't have experienced professors and other things, the European Union will not look at our proposals. That is one thing. So that unless we are when we are get matured, I think the Professor Champa is now also going to be a retirement. I don't know whether we are going to extend it up to 70 years. Now there is some discussions on that. But I think if the Professor Champa goes again, then the vacuum will create. So that I think Professor Champa has made a big, I think, contribution to the, the university system in that understanding how a Emeritus professor can keep in a project. So I think we can write a paper on that. I think that we have to publish this paper about these experiences. So how the Emeritus professor can be contributed into the development of the project. It is not for my individual, because I have no problem with that. But still, I think it is a very good example. I think before me, there was no incidents to be reported that how the Emeritus professor can be contributed to the system. So I went to the Peradeniya University. I had some discussion with Professor Gunatilaka. And then I tried to formate, the union of the, union of the Emeritus professors. I have prepared a document. I have got some information from all the European and the EU and the, the American universities. And what are the rights of the Emeritus professors? How the Emeritus professor can put into the system, so that according to the EU, the system, the Emeritus professor should come to the convocation. He is not the, the audience man to the, he is gone to the procession. So these are some of the things the universities are practicing. They should have the library facilities. They have the parking facilities. In Sri Lanka, we don't have. So that these are all things are there. But in Sri Lanka, only you give a paper to the Emeritus professor, and just with that, I think sometimes Vice Chancellor may ask if he is retired, let him retire and go, and why he should come back to the university. But according to the Sri Lankan, this thing, you will be given a room, you will be given a telephone, you will be given facilities in the department. Other than that, there are no information how to get that. So that I think we all can maybe, I think through this project, that is one area, what we can think that how you can use the emeritus professor and these experiences back to the university-industry collaboration. If the university-industry collaboration comes with the senior professors, you can attract a lot of money to the universities. So that is now our task. That is what yesterday I also tell that we can go for about 15, 17 projects where you can get the millions of dollars to this country. So that I think even our administration system also now understand that what are the barriers and how to come over these barriers. I think we have to get into the corporate culture now. So that is the high time again come to the corporate culture and think about in terms of the projects what we can generate, projects what we can get, and then use these resources for the country's development. So that is with that, I think I will conclude my experience sharing. I hope I have expressed something, but maybe I don't know whether I got beyond some expectations of the audience. But anyway, thank you very much for your patience. So that I will conclude with this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Professor K.D. Veerasinghe from the University of Brunei. So I think with your vast experience in this field, gathered over 40 years, you have definitely set the right start for this session. And to continue to share our experiences in the local scenario, we have a person of similar caliber and with a vast experience. So my next invitation goes out to Senior Professor Anjit Disanayak from the University of Peradeniya. So the floor is open for you to share your thoughts on UAC and beyond, and how we can proceed further in this aspect with the audience. What do you say?
Thank you. Let me start my presentation. The presentation I titled looking at the given topic, research to commercialization. When we go into the detail, I'm trying to outline the researchers' role, economy in Sri Lanka, and the innovation to entrepreneurships. Then the same thing like research to commercialization. So I'll be talking few walk to talk 1 and 2. That means I'll try to share my experience, how I made this topic reality. So let's start with we being the researchers, we try to always find a gap in the social need, and where we bring the scientific knowledge and try to fill it, right? We being engineers, what we try to bring it to be, bring the engineering solution, because the social requirement is there. So that we have learned the theories and we have the knowledge, we are trying to fill this gap. So this is what we should be doing, and we should. But there are some situations, rather than the social need, you get some political need. Being in the connect with the government, I see that little conflict is there. But anyway, we being the professional as well as the officers, we have to manage them also. Let's see, role of researchers in the development, right? So that there can be a lot of industries, so that we can help to the industry, agriculture and the services. So when this development happen, we can call it a socio-economic development. When this socio-economic development happen, people, common man start to laugh. They will be happy. So that is what we must look for. When the people are happy, again, it contributes to the development also. So that is what we have to do. Being the researchers, we try to find out the gap and try to fill with our knowledge, and so that the common man of this country will be happy. Let's go. Me being a civil engineer, so that being presently the Secretary, Ministry of State, Rural Roads and other development. So when I establish the area where I can work, I understand that there are, I call for the, kind of the requirement on the rural bridges. I understand there are nearly 15,000 locations, which I never thought. I thought it will end up with 5,000, 15,000. Similar location, to people, right? So then I realized how we can develop the highway network without doing these things, right? This is a different question, but there are such allocations. So that we have to, then when you calculate the amount of money required, huge amount, so that we have to bring our methods and technology to do something. So that what we did a survey and try to understand out of this 50 location, there's the real need of nearly 2,000. Out of the 50 location, if I was given the money, I would like to spend and finish the 2,000 location immediately. So that I launched the program, right? So that that is to remove this kind of location. So, right? So that we start with the 5,000 rural bridge program. So that presently this kind of bridges may be happening around the country. So this is where we brought the our knowledge and scientific knowledge and research and into the practice. Right. Then only we can see people, especially rural people, can laugh, because the bridge is a very, very important component of our life. I have been to many villages in this country. I personally visit. So when I visit, I understand how important the bridge is. Actually, road is not that important. Road, once they made it, they feel it's good road. But until you made it, they are happy to walk, travel, existing road. But the bridge will completely change their mindset. Therefore, it is a very, very important one. Let's move on. I'm going back to what Professor Veerasinghe was talking about a little bit, maybe telling the same thing in the maybe similar language. Where we are right now, right? This is the problem now. I think this slide is not something that I'm talking today. I have been talking this slide during last several years, but they're very hard people to understand this slide. But today, even I think grade 5 student can understand this slide, right? So what is happening during last several decades, starting with 1980, we are bringing more things from the abroad than we are sending, right? So there is always a gap. What has happened today, right? It is almost like this one, right? In 2021. So big gap, so that around here we could have done something. We could have taken the loan or whatever it is. But today it has gone beyond that point. That is why we have stopped nearly 2 years importing the cars, and the energy crisis, and this kind of can be seen because of this situation, right? So where we should go? That is the next question, right? The question is, can be one answer. We being the researchers, it is not going like it seems like where we should go, but it is not happening. All right, okay. This is where we should go theoretically, right? So the ideal situation is one. Why? So that we have to, at least first we have to bring whatever we send out of the country, and the amount of money that we receive must be equal to at least what we get out of the country. So this is where we should try first. Then after that, if you want to go for the developed nation, we have to send more items from this country rather than what we get. So this is the situation. So without properly understand this one, whichever the government comes, it's like a change of the color. It doesn't make any sense. We have been seeing in last 50 years, just a changing of the color, changing the name of the position. The Minister of Industry is there always, but that's just a name. They just replace the name and the color. It doesn't make any sense to improve this one. Right? This is very, very important and very simple one to improve. Right? So there we now talk about the renewable energy. We understand how much money we require to bring the fuel and so forth. Right? Then we have to start the manufacturing within this country. So then we have to think about the things made in Sri Lanka. So otherwise you can't solve this problem. Then in the same time, these are long term. Short term, we should allow tourists to come, right? Then we should encourage the knowledge people go to the country like Middle East and bring the money back. These are short term, but it should not be the long term. We should not depend on these things. But long term, we have to go with the renewable energy, manufacturing, things made in Sri Lanka. So this is where the role of academics coming, right? So the question is how to achieve this socio-economic development. So what is the answer? We being the academic, right? Let's see. The innovation and the entrepreneurship, we have to come up with innovation, then entrepreneurship. My topic was research to commercialization. It's almost the same thing, right? We'll see. What is happening right now, as I explained so far, we are bringing the more thing than we are sending. It can be employment, it can be tea, rubber, coconut, and so forth. So we, as a country, during last several years, if you go back, we understand that we are sending the tea, rubber, coconut. But the world market is changing from the ITT, telecom to bioproduct and the nano product. We ever have thought about it? Because there will be a next product is coming to the world. We being the researchers, we have to understand that, and we have start the facilities, and we must get ready. When the next cycle of the requirement come to the world, you cannot get ready within a day. So then we will miss, because we have missed the IT, we have the telecommunication, bioproduct. We are almost losing the nano. There's a huge demand for the nano product because we are not ready. So that is the problem. But of course, tea, rubber, coconut is there. But if you go into the real world market, it's a very limited. Something like 10, 15 billion the US dollar. But when you go to the other market like the IT and nano product, these are 2,000, 3,000 billion US dollar in the world market. So the end of the day, there is a money in the world market. We have to get it. We have to supply what do we supply? Tea, rubber. Of course, we should continue that one. But there are new products coming all the time, right? So we have to get ready for this one. So now, we being the researchers, what we have to do, right? Let me see. We have, for the time, we'll stop the import vehicle, right? Then the research to commercialization, right? We have to do the basic research. It's very, very important, right? Then the basic research must convert to the applied research, right? This is something where you produce something. Then you come up with the innovation, right? Then the innovation with the enterprise, commercialization, we should bring the wealth to the nation. So this is the way. So we understand now, when you look at around, so many things that we have, I mean, the nearly maybe 80, 60, 40% is important. Even the cement inside, some of them may be important. That is the situation. The laptop, everything, glasses, maybe almost everything important. Likewise, we should start a smaller way, reduce this import. Can't we produce this glass, right? Can't you start something, at least assembling in this country? Similar way, we have to first, what we have to think, stop importing. Then we can improve the quality and we can think about the export, right? But again, you cannot stop here. You have to keep on doing it. Why? Until you improve, you send more goods from the out of the country and less product coming to the country. This is where we call development. This is what exactly happened in China. They started not today. It's a 20, 30, 40 years. They understand their resources. They started R&D. Then when you go to around the world, every supermarket product is Chinese food. Then continue. The saving is coming at the port city, and they buy that and this one, loan and everything. They now do the different kind of investment for the future. But we have to keep on this cycle. So that we are being the researchers should be in this circle. But just doing the basic research, as Professor Champa said, having the 1,100 or patent doesn't work anything. So you have to make sure that we engage in the commercialization and produce something to the nation. This is the cycle. It's a cycle that we have to understand. Every policymakers should understand. Without solving this one, you just go to another country, get the loan. This doesn't work. Still, the problem is remaining the same, right? Let's see. we believe for the time being, we are talking about the innovation, entrepreneurship, the promising pathway to the developed Sri Lanka. Now, Professor Veera Singh said that we cannot do, we have to definitely look for the environment for the time being. It could have done about 30, 40 years before innovation, entrepreneurship will be the pathway. But today, you cannot do anything and everything without respecting the environment. Therefore, green innovation and entrepreneurship is the promising pathway to develop Sri Lanka. Let's see. Me being a civil engineer, I'll work with the material. The material, we understand that we are on the lean economy. We get the thing, we produce the thing what we want and distribute, consume and waste. That is what you see around the. When you come in, the coastal belt, you see how many garbage are there. These are part of this lean economy. Once you convert this circle economy, you can't see it because it should be circle, right? So then we get them sand like, we build the structures, right? Then end of the day, that will be demolished. You will see here and there. It will be in the air, it will be in the soil, it will be in the water. So this is what is happening. There's a lot of pollution, right? So it's the same thing, lean economy model, right? Simply take, make and dispose. Let me see. I understand being a civil engineer, sand has been the biggest shortage. For example, 1 cube is increased by more than 20% during last decade, right? Scarcity. When any resources is scarcity, this is just the data about the annual requirement for the time being 21. Then from the offshore and the manufacturing, we get the 3. Balance is 18, right? So for the time being, cost is almost 20,000. So there should be a secondary and the alternative resources to grab this sand requirement. Let me see. So that when the increase of the construction, we understand this country, the increase of construction, so many apartments, supermarket are being constructed, then the pressure on the resources is coming, then the scarcity happen. So we keep on this scarcity, then the prices increase, right? So if you go for the secondary material and the need for the alternative, these two we would have done it. This is our duty. Being the researchers, we have tried to find the alternative material and secondary use of the material, right? If we go for this one, this price will not be that high, would have reduced. So that this is, you cannot complain to the anybody. It is again a part of we being the researchers. Let me explain this the lean economy, how we converted the circular economy. This anyway, whether you can read it, green entrepreneurships and the circular economy. So this is the problem that I am going to explain you. This is when you are, what we do as an entrepreneur, we try to understand, as a researcher, we understand the social problem and try to find out the solution for that one. We try to get the profit out of this. This is entrepreneurship. But when you go to the green innovation and entrepreneurships, we try to respect the environment, try to solve the pollution solution in the social and earn the profit. So here, one problem that I discovered is a material and the labor shortage in this country, right? That you understand. Then there is an environment problem. There is a collected fly ash in the Norachole. So then I established a company called Lanka IC Private Limited. So that means when I convert the fly ash to the valuable material, it becomes a green innovation. How it becomes the green? Because this is the product, the waste. Waste is converted to the valuable product. Then it becomes a green innovation. Then when it is become a business, I mean the Lanka IC supply the material to the society requirement, it become a green innovation and entrepreneurship. So this is how the simply it was done. Let me explain. This is a Norachole power plant where the power is being supplied to the country. the power is comparatively cheaper. This is the fly ash we are bringing from Indonesia and China, and this is the import. Then what you get out of this and power is cheaper compared to any other sources for the time being. And the problem is this fly ash has been the big problem, and they have been paying the compensation for several years. So what we did was we went and we discussed with the power plant, and then we come up with the agreement to supply the bottom ash for the 5 years free of charge. Right? Then this is the big environmental damage. Then we, this is the cycle of the power generation. So everything is good other than the fly ash production. So that what we did was through the company produce the brick, right? So this can be used for the building construction. So this is circular economy where the waste is there from the generation that will be used for the building construction, right? So this is the company name. Then this is where the manufacturing circle. The ply, you will see that there fly ash, cement and lime will be mixed and put into the mixture, and then we put the aluminum agent, then expansion will be taken place, then we cut and put into the autoclave where the steam will be cured through the, curing will be done through the steam. Then of course it is almost usable. This process almost take the 10 to 12 hours depend on the situation, right? Then we would have gone for the other product, but we are right now only produce the block, but because we have enough market for the time being, so we don't have to go for this one. You will see composition nearly 60 to 70% fly ash, then cement, lime, gypsum and aluminum powder, right? So this photograph simply says that how light the brick is, right? It's a lightweight brick. Then this is the production in Putlam yard. Even for the mortar, we could make the mixture out of this, right? But for the time being, we are using the cement and lime and sand. But otherwise, we could have gone for that. Means we could have gone for the 100% sand-free production, right? This is some of the actually this is the first construction. This is my office in Colombo. It was 100%. This brick was used for the construction, right? This has some other advantages. Fire resistant, reduce the dead dot. For example, if you design the building for the 4-story, if you can just convert the traditional brick to this one, you could have increased the 1.5 floors. This is the advantage: environment impact, accuracy. You can cut the brick and get the lower water absorption, and some other different kind of advantage. Of course, the energy saving, I should mention that when you complete the room with that brick, the requirement of the energy will be reduced for the air conditioning because of the heat transfer. So then this, I don't know whether this is the
පේරාදෙණිය විශ්වවිද්‍යාලයේ සිදු කරන ලද පරීක්ෂණයක ප්‍රතිඵලයක් ලෙස මෙම ගඩොල නිෂ්පාදනය කර තිබෙනවා. එම විශ්වවිද්‍යාලයේ ජ්‍යෙෂ්ඨ මහාචාර්ය රංජිත් දිසානායක මහතා ප්‍රකාශ කළේ
සිමෙන්ති ඒ වගේම ගල් අඟුරු ලයිම් මිශ්‍රණයක් යොදලා ඒ මිශ්‍රණය ටික වේලාවක තිබුණාට පස්සේ අපිට මේක කපා ගැනීම හැකියාවක් තියෙනවා. ඒ කපා ගැනීම තුලින් තමයි අපි මේක තුලට ස්ටීම් සම්බන්ධ කරගෙන මේක මේ වගේ අමුද්‍රව්‍යයක් බවට පත් කරනවා. මේක හරිම බරෙන් අඩුයි. අපිට වැලි භාවිතය ගොඩාක් දුරට අඩු කරන්න පුළුවන්. ගොඩනැගිලි හැදුවට පස්සේ අපිට එයාර් කන්ඩිෂන් සඳහා අවශ්‍ය වෙන විදුලි බිල පව අඩු කරගන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ වගේ ගොඩාක් වාසි තියෙනවා මේක හදා ගැනීම. ප්‍රධාන වාසිය තමයි මේක අපි දැන් විදුලි බලය නිෂ්පාදනය කිරීමේදී දිනපතා මේ ඇෂ් එක අපි පිට කරනවා. මේක ලොකු පරිසර හානියක් බවට පත් වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ මේක ඉතාමත් පරිසර හිතකාමී ගොඩනැගිලි නිෂ්පාදනයට සුවිශේෂී දෙයක් බවට පත් වෙලා තියෙනවා. මේකේ බර අඩු එක විතරයි තියෙන්නේ. නමුත් ශක්තිය ඉතාමත් වැඩි. මේකෙන් ගෙයක් හදපුවාම ඇත්තටම සාමාන්‍ය ගෙදරකට අවශ්‍ය වෙන කම්බි ප්‍රමාණයෙන් 15% 30 අතර ප්‍රමාණයක් අඩු කරගන්න පුළුවන්.
මෙම ගඩොල් නිෂ්පාදනය කිරීම සඳහා ගල් අඟුරු අලු අලෙවි කිරීම හරහා විදුලි බල මණ්ඩලය මේ වන විට වාර්ෂිකව රුපියල් මිලියන 600ක අමතර ආදායමක් ලබන බවද ලංකා විදුලි බල මණ්ඩලයේ සභාපති විජිත හේරත් මහතා සඳහන් කළා.
දැනට අවුරුද්දකට මිලියන 600ක විතර ආදායමක් එනවා මේ ප්‍රශ්නයක් තිබ්බ එකට. ඒ කියන්නේ කෝටි 60ක් විතර අවුරුද්දකට. ඒ අතිවිශාල මුදල් ප්‍රමාණයක් විදුලි බල මණ්ඩලයට ඉතුරු වෙනවා. වගේම රටට වැලි පාවිච්චි නොකරලා කරන අපේ සම්පත් ඉතුරු වෙලා කරන හොඳ තත්ත්වයේ තියෙන කඩලක් නිර්මාණය වෙලා තියෙනවා.
we had another product that is green innovation. Because 100% out of fly ash, we produce the geopolymer brick with the help of the RMIT University Melbourne. But the problem was that it was so costly, we could not commercialize. So I see that it is a green innovation, but it is not commercialized, right? So that let's go, because it's 100% recycling. It's a circular economy. And now let's go to the next the case study. This is the history of this country. When you have the old structure, we always demolish it, remove it, break it, because we did not have the technology. Actually, this is my original research area. So that we started the assessment, retrofitting of the structure. So let me go into the little bit of detail. So we started this research starting from the 2008, right? So here this company wants to replace this bridge, this in Putlam. So they say that at the beginning that they want to go for the new bridge, but we said that we would like to repair this one, right? So that finally they decided they want to go for the new one. But we come up with the data, new design and so forth. We said that if you go for the new bridge, it costs blue color. But if you go for the repair and retrofitting, it could have reduced. Therefore, finally they went for the repairing, right? So it is a rethinking process. So that of course in order to provide the support, as I tell you, the first day we established the company called the International Center for the Sustainable Built Environment Private Limited, whereby we continuously giving this the technology to the industry, so that the whole company means which will supply the necessary knowledge to the industry. So that this is another the same project that we discussed. So that the bridge was somewhere there. So finally we repair the bridge and brought to the new location, right? So this is the new bridge. So this is the first train moving through the bridge. This is the bridge. This is otherwise this is going to the waste. That is their requirement. Because of this one, we could have repaired this bridge. So this construction was done by again one of our company called Lego International Private Limited. This is the one company who did the construction. This is the construction arm of that we developed. So this is a sustainable construction. So with that, I would like to conclude my presentation, telling you thank you. No question, right? Okay.
So I think now we have open time for question and answer. So first of all, thank you very much, sir, for that very explanatory and detailed sharing of your experience. And there's a lot of insights that everyone here and joining us online can get from your expertise. I personally actually learned a lot as well. So we move on to the question and answer session, where we now invite questions online as well as from our physical session. Maybe the microphones are there, so we can use that. So to just make them to get the flow moving, I myself will ask the first question. So you mentioned about commercialization, and you took this example of the how the circular economy can be built using the as an example. How, as a university, how did, in that example, for example, how does the university benefit? Like, how is the long-term royalties, or what sort of business model is used to transfer from the knowledge you so the IP you got in the university to sell it to as a commercial venture? Can you maybe explain?
Yeah, how, because this initiate as a research in the pilot scale universities, then we take it to the commercial level, right? Once you go to the commercial level, now we brought it to the level where the market will be captured. Once the market is captured, we attract in the investors, so that now we have an investor, the Access Engineering. Now we are partner with the 50% shares with the Access Engineering. So actually the procedure is reverse. Now only we have applied for the patent. Patent is still pending, right? Because we were not so keen to apply the patent, but once this video was published in the YouTube, there are companies who do the patent. They come and ask, why don't you go for the patent? Then only we apply the patent. Patent is application is almost done. So then what happened is that this patent, the patent will be part of the university, because we have applied for the patent. We have applied for the original company. Now it is a joint company, but we have applied the patent for the original company, so that it will go to the definitely the patent rights will go to the university, as well as even when I paste to the news also. I myself not talking about the chairman, Lego, IC, Lanka IC private room. I talk the senior professor, University of Peradini. But everywhere I present, this is the product out of the University of Peradini. I never wanted to tell the company name. Why I am bringing the company name here? Because I want to tell the audience that whatever we do in the university, if you are smart enough, you could have taken. Of course, while living these places, there are so many the difficulties there. You can imagine that I started this commercialization about 20 years before. When I started commercialization, some academic even doesn't know about what this commercialization is, right? They were just talking me, he's the businessman. This is what the people were talking about. Now only they realize the importance of this one. Therefore, there are so many difficulties that there, but end of the day, still we present this as a product out of the University of Peradeniya.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think we open the floor for other questions. And maybe at that time, sir, it is probably better for you to answer from here for the capture.
Sir, actually, thank you very much for making this inspirational talk. We are also thinking about how we can engage in the kind of, commercial ventures. So I know that you have, being academic there in the university, you have taken some actions to establish commercial ventures. I want to know that what is the procedure, because we can learn from you and we can also follow in the future in such an approach in order to engage in
now,
this.
Now, for example, right now also we are working with now we have established the name, right? Now, because not like at the beginning, now, for example, now we are working on the INSEE, but what we say that we have the data and the knowledge in order to go for this commercial, the construction demolition waste to again for the material, right? Now we are working on we got the data and all that. We say that this much of demolition is there. Why not we get together and establish, because the investment is a very huge. Therefore, they would like to come up with the investment. We go with the knowledge. So that is there. That is the one thing. Another one is we are talking about this country, the bamboo construction is, everybody is talking. Nobody has done anything. I mean, so that we are now in the process of starting the smaller scale bamboo. But there are problems because you can't transport the bamboo. So how can you make the plant without transport? So, okay, what we are now trying to do is we are almost in the position, we are going to buy a land, I mean, get the land rather than get a land from the government, which has the bamboo also. So that while cultivating the bamboo also, we get the bamboo into the production, we start a smaller scale production, right? Once we commercialize, we can come up with another company, like we went for the Access Engineering, maybe another Sanken, no Maga. Once they see that, they will come, maybe Damro, right? They will come and start. Likewise, we have to be, because at the beginning, you have to prepare, you have to have a good name with the industry and trust. There are, it's not a big thing sometimes. Sometimes you reply the email promptly, submit the report on time, right? So be available. These are the things that is not available in our system. We have many academics never submit the report on time. All right. So that is very important. Never reply the email. They want to prepare everything and reply for the email. No, once you get the email, you just reply that I need little more time. And there's confidence, because the industries work in different the fashion. We work in the different fashion. So that if you do not match with this thing, you won't be able to work with the industry.
Business formation, is it a private limited company?
Private limited.
Private limited company. I want to know that university regulation, how we can.
But you can declare that you are going to be so, right. Then you are allowed to do that.
Do so.
Yeah.
So we can become a director there in the private limited company. Thank you.
Not managing director, but director you can become.
Private.
Director or chairman, no, it doesn't matter.
Right. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Any further questions? Yeah. Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you once again, sir, for your insightful comments. And it's really valuable to learn from your vast experience in this sphere. And certainly for us, I think we will follow your advices in moving forward. So we move on to a session where we will now give opportunity for our partners in our Asian partners to maybe share short insight from the country meetings that they had earlier today. So I think Kendra has joined from the Philippines. Kendra, are you audible?
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, good day to you, Kendra. Yes. So thank you for joining. And we were hoping you could give some insights, perhaps from the developments today. You would have had in-country meetings. So perhaps you could share some thoughts from what, say maybe some summarized insights.
Yes. Yes, so the Philippines SECRA partners, represented by Philippine Normal University, Malayan Colleges Laguna, and the Ateneo de Manila University, organized 3 roundtable discussions. Mainly because we wanted to be able to understand better what resilience means to the different sectors that the enterprises represent. So as to have a strong foundation for ensuing university enterprise collaborations rather than building it on just assumptions. So these 3 roundtable discussions were each co-hosted by one of the universities. The first roundtable discussion was led by Philippine Normal University. They're actually based in Manila, but they traveled to their partner campus in the Visayas region that has linkages with community extension. And they invited representatives from the academe and the local government. That was yesterday. Earlier this morning, Malayan Colleges Laguna held a roundtable discussion with their partners, also a representative from the local government, but specifically from the Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Office, and a representative from coming from a gender point of view, from an association, an organization that works on women's issues. Then immediately after that, the Ateneo held a roundtable inviting representatives from the Philippine Business for Social Progress. It's an NGO, but it's a business-led NGO, and a representative from the Federation of Philippine Industries and the Alianza Agricultura, the Alliance of Farmers and Fisherfolk. So we had quite a wide spectrum of stakeholders to talk to about the concept of resilience. And we asked them 5 questions. Maybe I can flash these on the screen, might make it easier. Oh, sorry, I'm not allowed to screen share. Anyway, we asked them 5 questions. What is or how is climate resilience or disaster resilience understood in their sector? What are the salient concerns related to resilience, and do they have a mandate, if any, in the sector to build resilience?
Sorry, Kara, you can share your screen. My apologies.
Okay, thank you. Yes, there you go. So this is just a summary of our roundtable discussions, who were involved. So academe, community and local government, including the disaster risk reduction offices, and someone who spoke from a gender and development perspective, and then NGOs that have ties with business and industry with focus on the agriculture industry. And these were the questions that we asked them to reflect on. How is climate resilience or disaster resilience understood in your sector? What are the salient concerns regarding resilience and the mandate, if the organization has any, in the case, for example, of the local government offices? What progress has been made in addressing resilience in their sector? How would they describe the effectiveness of these programs, and what role has university enterprise collaboration played in making that progress? What are the challenges to building resilience that multi-sectoral collaborations can address? And sort of drawing from the review of related literature that we conducted for Work Package 1, we saw there the triple helix framework that links academia, government, and industry, which is very popular and often cited as the framework for university enterprise collaborations. In some of Sarin Tip's previous talks on the Work Package 1 literature, she had already mentioned the need to build on this, right, to include the other sectors. And so we also ask our representatives from their own experience, what are the strengths and weaknesses of this framework as applied to building resilience, and how can we improve on multi-sectoral collaborations? And we also ask them what other programs or projects do they wish for the academe to develop with its partners to help their community or industry become resilient. And it was a very rich discussion, and I hope I can do justice to summarizing. With regards to how resilience is understood, we really got a range of definitions, from the individual, talking about how the individual can cope, the self-coping capacities or mental resilience, to the organization, right? How the organization can deal with shocks. And we also got answers along a spectrum in terms of what we do before hazards. For example, just making sure that people have access to basic necessities, basic services, and targeting poverty reduction as a means of reducing vulnerability. 2, absorbing or coping with the shocks when they occur. 2, the response and relief aspect, which many times is what is given more attention. In fact, our representatives who are from the local government and even from the women's organization had noted that there's so much work. A lot of their work is in the response and relief aspect. So maybe we can think about shifting that paradigm so that when we talk about resilience, it also captures more of the prevention, the mitigation, the risk reduction, along the lines precisely of just improving the quality of life for people, right? Making sure they have the basic necessities so they're less vulnerable. In terms of the progress addressing resilience in each sector, it's quite varied depending on the sector. Also because the consequences for not addressing resilience are also quite uneven. Our representative who was worked with industry, for example, said that if industries don't pay attention to resilience, how badly will it hit them? They may not feel the consequences as direly as the farmers or the fisher folk, so the people on the ground, and for them it's a life or death situation, a life or death scenario. And because of that, we sort of, not sort of, but we really need to understand their different contexts and develop different strategies for approaching these groups. For the industries, it will really be about selling something. From a marketing perspective, what is the product that we're trying to create demand for? So if resilience is what we want to sell, how do we create a demand for addressing that on the business side? Because they tend to be profit-oriented and practical, looking at the bottom line. So when we go in to talk to the top leaders, what is it in very concrete terms that we're trying to sell them, to get them to work with us on? But when we're approaching the farmers and the fisher folk, we really need to build relationships, to talk with them, to ask what works or doesn't work with them, insofar as, for example, trying to set up a community of practice. What platforms would be most convenient for them, most accessible? What are their needs? So we have to recognize the different contexts, the different perspectives. Then, insofar as the triple helix model, I think one common insight from several of our sectoral representatives was that it is a bit limiting to just think about academia, government, and industry. It's not very clear what the roles of NGOs and people's organizations or civil society in general are in that in that model for UECs. So there's really there's really an opportunity to expand on this so that we have a better sense of what each group can bring to the table. So there's a lot that universities can do, ranging from just creating more awareness of resilience and selling that to the sectors for which there's not as big a demand yet, to actually coming up already with the capacity building and the solutions for the people on the ground who are sort of the frontliners, who are first hit and who are most affected when the hazards come in. So we have to realize that it's not a one-size-fits-all model when it comes to UECs, and we'll have to be flexible enough to pivot to being able to collaborate with the different sectors given their specific contexts. I guess I'll stop here first, and I'll take any questions if there are. Thank you.
So anyone has questions? So thank you, Kendra, for that update. Is there any questions locally? Okay, so just for your information and everyone in connecting us with from the Philippines, I'll invite my colleague Rupal to just give a summary of what has happened in our session here in Colombo. Okay, over to you, Rupal.
Right, thank you very much, Lasit. Good evening, Kendra, and the people who are joining online. Good afternoon, good morning to still Sri Lankan, afternoon to Sri Lankan. Actually, for Sri Lankan participation here within physical, this would be a repetition. Therefore, I would like to just summarize what we have done so far for the information of the online. Right. Sorry. I think you witnessed about our inauguration 15th. From here, it is 1:15 onward. So in the inauguration, we try to get the participation of all the strategic partners from the university sector, industrial sector, and as well as some of the representative from the resilience, disaster management resilience sector. University of Peradeniya and University of Ruhuna physically join with us. Therefore, this would be a great chance for us to join together and share information from different three partners from Sri Lanka. So we enjoyed actually a lot by sharing different experiences and knowledge, especially in the research projects like this. So after the inaugural session on 15th, we had a specific session on discussing how university industry collaborations can be promoted through external funding. So it's a very good evidence for us, this SECRA project, to showcase that how university academics can motivate or can try for getting external funds for developing university industry collaboration. Our participation was about 150 at that time, the first day. So it was a huge crowd who were witnessing and getting benefit from our discussion. So we successfully engaged in a discussion to share ideas about how university industry collaboration can be promoted and how funding opportunities are found with our own experiences. Especially I can remember one of the partner from University of Huddersfield, Professor Dilanti, explained her experience by giving information about the projects involved by her and her team. So that was a great experience for us, especially being new. Many of them, the audience were new to the field like this kind of SECRA project. So it would be kind of motivational discussion for everyone. After making that discussion, we had a kind of fellowship program to join all the academics, industrial partners, and the leaders, strategic leaders who came to the workshop there. About 1.5 hours, we engaged in a fellowship program. So all the people got the chance of connecting with each other. Second day, actually, we paid our attention on the risk and disaster resilience. In the second day, we invited, again for a forum, we invited different parties involved in the risk and disaster management field. We secured some of the private sector people like a person from Dialogue Axiata, and as well as we invited some of the government officials to describe that what is their involvement in the risk and disaster management systems, resilience project. Especially from the dialogue, we got a lot of experiences about how they have been connected with the university community to introduce some of the projects. And a lot of problems and the barriers were discussed in order to understand what are the strategies needed to promote this kind of collaborative projects, especially in the risk and disaster management scheme. The same day, in the afternoon, you know that we engage in the work package progress, discussion of work packages. Then today morning, we got the chance of engaging in our local partners, University of Peradeniya and University of Ruhuna. We engage in a fruitful discussion about what we have done so far and what we can do after now in order to make the project more effective. And as well as we were thinking about what are the outcomes that we can come through, especially by looking at our country report and surveys conducted. We wanted to think about what kind of publications can be done. And we wanted to think about how this university industry collaborations can be effectively revealed with the statistical figures by conducting more reliable survey, and finally contributing to the literature, because we found that literature available on university industry collaborations are lacking in our context, especially in the recent times. So we wanted to contribute in that case, and as well as we were thinking about making some publications. So we were talking about what kind of publication policy and other things needed. After engaging in this discussion, we come to some agreement about our the next project requirements. Then finally, we got good advantage of sharing experience of Professor Veerasinghe, one of our partner from University of Ruhuna, and as well as Professor Ranjit Disanayaka. They were really engaging in the fruitful university industry collaborations from several years, about 20 years more experience is there. So their experiences were shared with the group members in order to motivate our team members in engaging in fruitful discussion in the future. So these were the things that we have done so far. We are looking for continuing the work with the partners, Asia as well as Europe, to develop our activity and make this project more effective. Thank you.
So thank you, Rukmal, for sharing the Sri Lanka summary up to now. Kendra, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes. So basically, I think we are just about to conclude our session. So thank you very much for updating us on, and probably we will get maybe an update from Thailand later on. So we will join you back and everyone in 1 hour and 15 minutes time for the main session with our European partners. Is that okay? All right. So see you, Kendra, and everyone joining us physically in Colombo. So it's time for lunch here. So we will hope to meet you at 1:30 Sri Lanka time back in the same hall. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay. So, very good morning to everyone from our European partners. Good evening for our Asian partners, and good afternoon for everyone present here physically in Colombo, Sri Lanka. So I hope everyone has had a good reflection of day 2, and we are moving on to the final day of our meetup here. Is everyone online? Let's wait for whether to see. Can we get the gallery view? Yes, so I think Thailand's local event and Yogan. Good day to Yogan, you're ready. And I think Philippines is, do we have Philippines? All right, so I think Philippines is also joining. Okay, so we'll move on to the first item on the agenda, which is an update from Work Package 6. I'll invite Professor Champa Navaratna from the University of Ruhuna to update. Over to you, Professor Champa.
Good morning, European friends, and good afternoon, all Asian friends. I'm going to present Work Package 6 here. Actually, the partners are for lead and co-lead of the Work Package 6 are University of Huddersfield and University of Ruhuna. But unfortunately, University of Huddersfield has to attend another conference in Colombo again. So they will not present here. So they are not actually presented here at the moment. So I am going to present the progress of Work Package 6, dissemination and exploitation. Yeah, we have deliverables, I think earlier also. Sorry, not coming. Okay. Yeah, we have presented this one also earlier, and these are available in our project proposal too. The tasks are given in left-hand sides and deliverables. I'll focus on deliverables here. Dissemination and exploitation strategy, website and online presence, quarterly newsletter, press release, promotional material, articles in local trade publications, sustainability and continuity plan, finally, final event. I'll show in a table here. Yeah. Under task 6.1, we have developed that dissemination and exploitation strategy document, and we have presented it in the not the last meeting, in meeting we had in June 10th last year. And second one, developing and maintaining the project website. Actually, leading university, lead partner developed the website, initiated the website, and it is available under this web address. And all partner university websites also, we can see SECRA project appearing there. Then under 6.3 task, producing quarterly newsletters. We have produced the first e-newsletter by University of Ruhuna, and I think we have sent it to in last September. And the second e-newsletter, actually at this time, University of Huddersfield is doing that one. They are collecting information for second newsletter, e-newsletter, and after this project meeting, they will publish it. Then under 6.4, writing, coordinating, and release press releases. So far, 3 universities, Mid Sweden University, Malayan Colleges Laguna, and University of Sri Jayewardenepura released press releases. Then 6.5, producing marketing material. Already our leading university produce marketing materials, logo, PowerPoint templates, document templates are all available in MS Teams thing. And 6.6, writing articles in local trade publication. For that one, actually, still we have no industry activities. So I think it will come near future. So then under 6.7, keeping an active online social media presence, then preferably through personal accounts it will have. And for SECRA, there is a Twitter account also. I think leading university created that one. Then 6.8 A and B, drafting and revising the sustainability and continuity plan. It will be arranged, actually final version will come on month 30. So it is in due time, and holding the final event again in Colombo, Sri Lanka in month 33. These are the progress so far, actually past 6 months. These are the things we have done. I think last time also we presented the dissemination and exploitation strategy plan is there, and website is there. Dissemination and strategy plan, the website, then a Twitter account, how the SECRA project appeared in some university websites. This is in University of Sri Jayewardenepura and Philippine Normal University, how it appeared in their website. And this is in the University of Ruhuna website, so on. And this is the first newsletter. Sorry. This is the first newsletter. So, and this is the SECRA project Philippine launch. We have presented this one also earlier. So these are the things we have at this moment to present. Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? Since there are no questions, thank you very much for listening to me. Thanks a lot.
Can I share the screen, please? Good morning. Would you please allow me in?
You have the right to share screen now, ma'am. Please check whether you have.
And now which one?
I think you are going to make the progress presentation on work package 7. Thank you, Professor, for making the presentation on work package 6.
Who knows?
Are you okay now?
Just a minute. I'm struggling here. No, straight. No. Okay, I can't share the screen. I don't know why.
Is it not allowing you?
No, they allow, but I just can't find the screen. Interesting.
If you put it on presentation mode.
Okay, I'll try. Sorry, we're just working on it a little bit.
Yeah,
I am more used to this Teams, but well,
Is it on presentation mode?
yes, it is. It is here.
Okay. And then try to do share screen again.
This again.
Okay, you have to tell it to allow you to share your screen. That's what the problem is.
Yes, but they did already.
No, it's in the settings.
Okay.
Should we switch and do 8 first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it possible to make one clarification while she's getting ready for presentation?
Absolutely, please feel free.
I'm worrying about how we can report our progress in this particular workshop in the public medium. Is it possible to prepare kind of web write-up in our website, or can we do it in the common platform?
I think Georgian and Evie are there. They will explain how you can do it because they are the lead.
Yes, Jorgen.
Yes, thank you for that question, Rukmal. I think it's important that we show that we advertise this workshop, what we have done and what the progress are. And I think the best way to do that is on the website, our website, the drrcollab.org website. And I think maybe, Rukmal, if you can take the lead on that, being the hosts for the event, and then we can add material from each local meeting also. So we turn it into one coherent, like a press release or something like that, but it doesn't, not really press release, but something that we will put on our website. And then you can send it to Ellen on our SECRA address, and she will make sure to publish it. If you want to have any output from in your local outlets, I don't know if you have a university newsletter or something like that, that's great also. So I think Champa would agree that the more we can disseminate, the better.
Right. Thank you, Jorgen. We are planning to make some newspaper publications even. So we will send you after making the publications on May.
That's really great. And also remember to notify the Work Package 6 team. So they put it in the reporting.
Right. Thank you, Jorgen. Thank you.
Should I continue with?
Can I just send this to you and present from your computer?
Yeah, sure.
We have some issues. I don't know.
Sure.
Are you okay, Irene, now?
Yeah, Irene will send her presentation to me and then I will share it.
Professor Champa is going to make.
Excuse me, Georgian. When we publish articles on newspapers or any article in our local language or in locally, I think we have to use that disclaimer for the project. Disclaimer.
Yes, you mean the logotype that it's that is funded by EU. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, and the project details, project number. And
yes. Yeah. Thank you for pointing that out. That is very important because otherwise the funding body will not recognize it as an output. So thank you.
Okay, now the chance is going to the Work Package 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, just coming.
We may also take an opportunity to just to encourage everybody to connect to our Twitter feed. and connect and spread the word. And because we have not seen very much traffic there so far, but we hope to increase that. I have not received it yet. You emailed it, right?
Right.
There it is.
It is?
Mhm.
Okay.
There, and I will just share the screen.
Okay. Thank you. So the mic is on, right?
Yeah.
So good morning and good afternoon, as we are in different places, and I'm sorry for this confusion which happened with the screen sharing. However, the results of work package 7, the quality assurance.
You might have to click on the screen.
The screen?
Oh, no, hold on.
Like this, okay. So as you see here, the feedback from the last meeting, and the last meeting was held on the 18th of October last year. Everything you see green looks very nice. Lighter green is less nice. So it is from the highest mark was 5 and the lighter green is 4. And we have also a few red ones which showed that the person who answered was not happy with the results. However, the picture is quite nice. The average grade is 4.6 and there were 27 participants. But this graph maybe doesn't show well enough on what the content of this is. So what was really good, and really good we mean that the average grade was more than 4.6. Everyone was very happy that they were noted in advance. The atmosphere was friendly and the time and place was convenient. And also the attendance was quite good. So these were the good points of this meeting. If there were some complaints, but now you see that the complaints means that the average was just less than 4.4, which is also quite high grade. So this was about starting and ending time. So I don't really recall, but maybe there were some issues like someone used more time than it was allocated. I don't really remember. So another thing which was mentioned was that participants were not all actively involved. And then, as you saw on this previous slide, there were these ones, entire row of ones, and these ones that non-satisfaction, dissatisfaction, this all was by one person. But unfortunately, I don't know the names, I never know these, but what I see that this person graded everything very bad, but there was no comments whatsoever. We appreciate if you don't like something, this is absolutely understandable and it might be constructive to change things. But in that case, we would also suggest that maybe you will also put some suggestions or you specify a little bit what exactly was bad and why it was bad. Because the reason of taking this feedback, it isn't so much about just put the ticks in the boxes, but we would like to improve. And so if you don't like anything, it is we want to know this, but please try to comment also. So about the comments, fortunately, there were a lot of people who who gave their comments. And by the way, congratulations on the work package 1, because work package 1 got a lot of very good feedback. And a lot of people liked these presentations. They liked the findings from WP1. So very well done. People who worked them, this is good. Another good thing was these breakout rooms. And these breakout rooms also received several positive comments. And the only thing was that maybe there could be more time for discussions. And also the presentations and reports overall were very nicely commented, like constructive, like informative. So the surveys were fantastic. So these were also good comments. Of course, there were some not so good comments, and it is important to know. So thank you for these, because this is exactly what we need to know in order to make things better. And some wrote that there should be at least an opportunity to everyone to say at least a small message to all. Well, it depends, of course, on the how big the meeting is, but if someone wants to say, then you have to be more active. You should let us know that you would like to say something. So of course, we agree with this. Then, of course, the majority of negative comments were about face-to-face, lack of face-to-face meetings. And this is very normal, and now we have something which is in between. Some people are meeting and we see each other finally. Then I didn't really understand exactly. There was a comment about breaking rooms. Mainly these were positive, but this was written under negative. So I didn't understand if a person would like to have the breaking rooms country-wise, or just didn't want to have country-wise. So, but anyway, during this meeting, what we are having here now, we have these breaking rooms. We have a lot of these, and these are not only country-wise, but they are also mixed, because here we have very international. We are from 3 countries together, and also I think that these who are in Thailand or in Philippines or in Sri Lanka, you have also not only the local people attending. Then one comment was also that it would be good to allocate time frames to presenters in the agenda. This has been done during this meeting. There are exactly, at least here in the European part, it is written down how much time everyone has. And I appreciate indeed that it is well to know how much time do you have and what is going to happen. So one thing, I missed some. No, I'm gonna like to do back. Okay, I'm back. About suggestions. There were some suggestions, and one of these was that there should be more meetings and informal meetings. Well, I should say that no one stops you. You can have informal meetings in your universities or with your stakeholders. This is something that is really a good idea and should be taken forward. The schedule should be clarified before the meeting. I believe also that here the steps have been made and the schedule is quite clear already before we met. But indeed, we are going to work on this. If we had more time, it might have been nice to discuss WP1 more cross-country and consider what collaborations we could do across, as well as within Philippines, Thailand, and Sri Lanka. And here I should say that during this meeting, Sarita gave the overview of Work Package 1, which they made together with Champika and all others. And after that, Kinkini kind of pulled together entire thing and demonstrated us very nice charts, how this works together. So I think we are moving in this direction. And again, this about allocation on time frames. So this is something we are going to do. Now, if you looked at this first chart, then everything looked very nice. And here on this one, where we have comparison of three meetings, we have had kickoff, then one was in June and another in October. Then the green part shows that everything is very, very good. So, and yes, indeed, about this planning, how we know about the meetings, also about objectives, what we're going to do, attendance is good, and the atmosphere is very friendly. But what this table shows, it shows where we should pay attention. And we should, one thing which was not really our fault, it is this online format. But I believe that this meeting, particularly what we are attending now, this is a step towards hybrid and towards real meetings. So this will change. Another thing which is really we have to do work on it is to involve participants more actively. And I also believe that this will be better when we meet in reality. Because when you are sitting in your home kitchen or somewhere and doing some different things and listening to the presenters with one eye, it is one thing. But when you are sitting around the table, then you really listen what people say and you are taking active part. And have we improved? This chart illustrates the movement or the differences between previous, the third and the second meeting. So I just checked because all the grades were very similar. They were all 4.4, 4.5 and something like that. Then here I just highlight these which improved, these are green ones, and which are worse, these are red ones. When we are talking about the white questions, then there were no many changes. So, well, about this, the involvement is better and than it was before. It was even 7.2% from the beginning. Meeting purpose and agenda are clear, which is also good. It improved after the first meeting. But what is bad, this is again, this face-to-face meetings, these are urgently required. And another thing is quality of internet connection. This was, I think it was very bad during the last meeting, but it is also not anything we can do about. So let's hope that we are going to have better meetings in the future, in live, and then everything will be better too. And now I'm coming to the most important part of this presentation. And this is, please, I'm going to post the same link. I think that Ellen has already sent to everyone, to all the participants, the link to give your feedback. And please don't hesitate to say something, even if you didn't like anything, just write it down and we will know how to do and how to improve these things in the future. So go to this link and before the end of the meeting, please fill it in. And I'm going to monitor and look how many respondents Sally already have, and I'm going to torture you. So this will be several times during this meeting. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Can you put the link in the chat? Somebody asked to put the link in the chat.
Ellen will put it in the chat.
Yeah. I can show you. No, actually,
Yes, what happened?
Yeah.
Okay. I think work package 8 is next.
Yes, unless there are any questions for Irene, but maybe there. No. Well, if you have any questions to Irene, feel free to put them in the chat. Also, we can always monitor that. Evie and I, as project coordinators, would also like to thank for this briefing on the quality assessment. It's a very important tool, both for the project and for the reporting that is coming up later this year. So thank you for that, for filling it out. Okay, so we move on then to work package 8, and I will just make sure that we have that. So this is just an update on the work package 8, sorry. And work package 8 is, of course, the project administration. So there is not very many interesting things. It's much more interesting and fun to listen to the substantial work packages in general. But nonetheless, let's just have a short update. These are the tasks that we work on and that we have completed. We do have a really good group now for the general project administration. It is the three of us here at MIN and also Nida, who is a co-lead on this work package. So basically just running the administration of the project, and we have a project management plan. We have a consolidated one. The risk management protocol is done. We had the kickoff, as you know, and we have management meetings on site and online. And those are both for the smaller management group, and sometimes we invite particular team members if there is anything we want to discuss. But generally, we have meetings every week just to, follow up what's happening in the project. And also we have the steering committee meetings as well. We follow the plan with those, and also have a couple of extra if we have to. And then the next thing that we have to do is to compile an interim report, which is due in month 21. And as you know, we have the internal reporting, and then we report to the European Commission in month 21. But we will come back to that, and that is mainly something we talk about in the steering committee. But like I said, we have a very stable project management team and good support. We run projects, those meetings every week or every 10 days or so. And then we have a number of project meetings, of course. And this was supposed to be in November last year, as you know, and now we have this hybrid version instead. So that's a COVID adaptation. And the next one is planned actually in July already at Naresuan, but we cannot have it so soon because there needs to be a bit of work before we can have the next meeting, of course. So we are looking at the timeline maybe late this year or beginning of next year. But this is also something that we will discuss and decide together in the steering committee meeting tomorrow. But just to notify everybody that is something that is coming up. And then, as you might remember, we will also have further on in the project a meeting in the Philippines, and then a final event in Sri Lanka. And as Kendra also pointed out on the first day, there is also a bit of exchanges going on, so people are coming to Mid Sweden University. Okay, I think that is all we wanted to say from the management team. But then I also asked our country contacts to give a short update regarding the pandemic situation, because it might vary very much from country to country. So just figuring out if we need to do any further adjustments in the project work. And so Rukmal, Kendra, and Sarintip, if you can just say a few words what the situation is in your country and also at your university regarding restrictions, travel restrictions, and if you foresee any particular challenges related to the pandemic. Shall we start with Rukmal? I don't know if you're ready. Is that okay?
Yeah, I'll be giving the update on behalf of the Rukmal. The present situation of the country is on COVID a bit satisfactory. For the time being, we have fully vaccinated about more than 66% of the population. That is a good number. And death, actually, that yesterday was the least during the last 2 years. I think one death was reported. Usually go like 7 to 10 per day, but yesterday only one. Still the masks are compulsory. The recorded cases per day something around 300, and there is very less restriction on meetings and other gathering, so that the universities are as well as school fully open for the go for the business as usual. And we can, even the SECRA, if everybody comes, we would have done physical meeting. We were really looking forward to have you here in Sri Lanka next time. And government is very committed to maintain this situation in the country. So this is all about the COVID situation. And of course, the tourists are no restriction, they can come. And for the time being, I can say that the country is fully under control, but the health sector is still trying to make sure that the less movement, unnecessary movement, as well as wearing the mask. I think if you go to the city, my personal understand, I see that almost 100% people are wearing the mask, right? At least they have a mask. So this is the situation. So see you soon. Nice to talk to you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ranjit. That was great to hear those good news. I guess there are no quarantine regulations either then, because the restrictions are less. Okay, let's move on to Kendra. I see you are ready to say a few words.
Good afternoon, everyone. So immediately after the December and January holidays, we had a very bad spike in cases because of the Omicron variant. We had reached a record high of more than 200,000 daily cases. Fortunately, I think most of them were mild or it did not overwhelm our hospitals. So we're happy to report that at the beginning of this month, the alert status has been downgraded from alert level 3 to alert level 1 as the spike has decreased. And the schools, the universities are slowly opening up for classes and other events. We're not yet at 100% capacity because there are regulations that national and local governments are putting in place for, let's say, physical distancing in classrooms. So this is happening in a phased arrangement with selected classes. But the travel restrictions have eased up. There's no more requirement for a facility-based quarantine upon arrival into the country. So previously, we needed to be booked in a hotel for 5 days, and within the 5 days, take an RT-PCR test before we could be released. So that requirement has been waived. Home quarantine is okay. However, we still need evidence of a negative RT-PCR test taken within 48 hours prior to the arrival in the Philippines or prior to the departure from the country of origin. So if you were coming to visit us, you'd need to take an RT-PCR test and bring that result about 2 days before you come. And if we were also going abroad and then coming home, we might need to locate a facility in the country we're visiting. For example, if we're going to Thailand later this year, we might need to locate a facility where we can take an RT-PCR test and have that proof of a negative ready before we go. Well, these things are evolving, and I'm sure there will be more clarity on this requirement as we go along. But the further good news is that there is talk of removing the alert status completely, perhaps in the next 1 or 2 months, assuming that there's no more Delta Cron variant that's going to create a spike. So it looks like the trend is towards easing the restrictions, and it might be feasible to then think about a face-to-face on-site thing later in the latter half of the year. Yeah.
Okay, that's really good to hear, Kendra. Thank you so much for this update. And even though, so for instance, the universities are not fully open yet, it's good to know that you're moving towards that. And if we are thinking in terms of SECRA, we are not meeting until the end of this year. So by then, we hope everything will be back to normal. But it's still good to know the situations for the implementation of the projects until we meet. So for instance, if you want to have local events and if you want to have meetings with local partners, external partners or networks, then it's very important, of course, to be able to do that, because it's so much better to do it face to face, as we know. Okay, and finally, Sarintip, can you give us an update, please, on Thailand?
Thank you, Jonathan. Good afternoon, all. In Thailand, right now we have like the situation of new cases, about 25,000 a day. And but actually, the population, I mean, more than 70% of Thai population have already get vaccinated, second dose, and some of them already have the third dose. And for the foreigner who want to come to Thailand, you need to take the RT-PCR test within 3 days before you depart. And then after you arrive Thailand, you need to be in a 1-day quarantine or only 1 night. And you have to pay for PCR test as well as ATK test at that day. And then after 5 days, you can do it by yourself, testing ATK and send by through the application online. So I mean that only 1 day quarantine when you arrive Thailand, and it already starts since the 1st of March. So it's been that if you want to have like a meeting in Thailand, you can enter and follow this regulation. But I heard from the news that it will be downgrade. I mean, like the situation will be more flexible. Like right now, I heard that they will allow us to wearing no mask in the public park. So it means that it's getting better. So we can consider if you want to come to Thailand to have a workshop, if possible. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarintip. I'm glad to hear that things are moving the right way in Thailand as well. And again, later this year, I'm sure it's going to be good enough so we can have the meeting at Naresuan in Pitsanulukta. We're looking forward to that. So I think in Europe, the situation is quite stable right now. Most countries have eased on the restrictions and travel regulations. I'm looking around the table here. Is there any restrictions left in your countries? No. No.
We have a passenger locator form that you have to fill in when you arrive, but that's been removed on Friday. So
okay.
even I don't have to fill it in when I return to the UK.
Okay, so Sarita was just saying that even the passenger location form when you travel is it's
For the UK is gone
by Friday. So this is very good news for the travel plans and also for the implementation of the project. And if we have any staff mobility, it's going to be in 2023. That's at least according to the plan. So by then, everything should be back to normal. So that was it. If you have any questions or concerns about the overall project administration, if you have any questions, feel free. You can always contact us at the SECRA address at Mion. And tomorrow in the steering committee meeting, for those of you who are there, you will also get a bit of information regarding the reporting that is due now in April. And with that, I think we're done for work package 8. Thank you, everybody, and over to you, Lasse or Rukmal.
Thank you, Jürgen. Before we we are a bit ahead in the agenda in terms of time. I noticed that in the under the quality assurance, Irene mentioned the fact that there was a suggestion that everyone get a chance to speak and provide feedback, which is something we could improve on. So would we take that at the end? Or Jürgen, what do you think about it?
Well, absolutely. We can have a few minutes if there are any general comments or questions. Sure, that's not a problem. Or we can also take a slightly longer break before our next speaker. So
okay, so maybe go on the schedule So we move on to the according to the agenda. The next one is the 40 session program on young sustainable innovation, failures and successes of solution building by Sasha Cohen. Are we in a position to commence that? Sasha?
Yes, I think we are, let's say. We do have a 5-minute break. Should we have that break before we start with Sasha?
Yeah, we are just, maybe it's just 45 minutes since we started. So either way is possible. If everyone concurs, or we could move the break afterwards, or we have it now, 5 minutes.
Okay, I see what you're saying. But in that case, we might move on, actually, if nobody objects to that. Do we have Sasha online? I wonder.
That's I think that's Evie who's connecting. Huh? Yeah, right. So
yeah.
So I'm wondering whether we should take the time. Just we could take maybe 5-10 minutes to be syncing with the schedule. A is we can have the option of a break. B, we could have just use that time for any feedback up to now, or any questions or anything like that. I don't know.
Well, in that case, I say we take a break. And if you have any questions, or if you want to say something, you can please raise your hand or put something in the chat, and we can address it before we start the next session.
Yeah. Okay. So we have approximately around 13 minutes, I guess, for the next session. So maybe 12 minutes, we'll be back.
Yeah. Great.
Okay. So be back on the other side in 12 minutes. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone joining us from Thailand, Philippines, and Europe are also back with us. And I believe Miss Sasha Cohen is also connected. So let me introduce the next item for the agenda. And we have Miss Sasha Cohen, who is candidate co-founder for Tone Renewables and EITU Future Food Maker, to talk and enlighten us on young sustainable innovation, failures and successes of solution building. Sasha, are you? All right. Okay. Over to you.
Hello. Thank you so much. My name is Sasha Cohen-Ioannidis. Let me make sure I can share my screen. Okay. I think this is working. Jorgen, I can see you. Can you nod your head if you can see? Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so my name is Sasha Cohen-Ioannidis. I'm currently a master's student in business management at the Stockholm School of Economics, and I'm also a young entrepreneur and activist. So I wonder how many of you know truly what your passion is, the thing that you seek to learn about and that no one has to assign, say that it's your job to do, or says that somebody needs to do research on this, so it might as well be you. My passion is food. And a lot of times when I tell people that my passion is food, they laugh. They think it's a joke, and I don't blame them for laughing. Of course you would laugh. All of us like to eat. All of us have to eat to survive. Food is something that's really good, and we eat it, we make it, we bond over it. It's culturally very important. But I think that more than the average person, I really love food, and I want to know everything about food. I want to learn how to make as much food as possible. I want to know who is making my food, what countries my food is coming from, how those people are growing the food that I'm putting into my body, and how to make it more sustainable and better for the environment, and how to make the industry as a whole more equitable. So today, I want to talk with you about some projects that I've worked on in my food journey, and some of them have done well, and some of them have failed. But I think that each has provided an invaluable experience for me. And since this conference is focused on collaboration for resilient communities, I also want to spend a bit more time than I would usually talking about what sorts of collaborations have helped in these projects and led to their success or growth within them. So I hope that I can also inspire you to develop your own projects and provide some more insight on what sorts of things you could be looking at or what's lacking in society, our globalized society today, that needs to be developed in order for future solutions to succeed. So I think that making things has always been a big part of my heart, and that's led me down the entrepreneurial path. Here I am at around 12 years old. So this all started at around that age. I was always a very active person, participating in a variety of projects that required me to raise money for charity at school, within my religious community. And a lot of my peers would just go to their parents and say, I need $200, give it to me. But my mom wouldn't allow me to do that. And I also think in some parts of me didn't want to. The easy way out was nothing that I was particularly interested in. So as I talk about more in this journey, the business creation process, we sort of look at problems and we develop solutions from iterative processes and journeys. But at this point, I'm only 11, 12 years old. I don't know how to do that, but I do know that I'm very good at a specific task, and that task is baking bread. I was excellent at baking bread, and this particular bread is called challah. It's a traditional Jewish bread, and I was the only person in my city that was making it at the time. So I had basically a monopoly over the product. And so from that, I knew that I could do something. And I launched this project called Sasha's Challah. And I was very successful with this endeavor. I was able to keep it going for a few years. I trained 4 other children on how to bake specific types of goods, We also started developing seasonal products. So every month we would make something specifically for that month. And we raised thousands of dollars for a variety of local charities, and we could all give this back to our community. And I felt like this was quite a successful endeavor because it was a project that both gave and got from the community. We were all learning from each other. We were all developing something for society as a whole. And that's really the story is what I think enticed members of the community to come in and collaborate with us. But then I moved to university around 1,300 kilometers away, which was a lot when you're 17 years old. So this was something that I really couldn't work on anymore. And that's fine in some ways, as I needed to grow up and experiment. But also, as a young woman in a completely new city, surrounded by a whole bunch of new people, I felt very lost. I was attending Carnegie Mellon University, which is a very, if you know of it, it's a very technical, robotics-oriented school. Usually people become Google engineers or work at Facebook, and I'm really not that kind of person, so I felt quite lost. And I felt like there were a lot of aspects of the university that did not align with my personal values or interests, and the activities that the campus provided were not within my particular needs. So knowing this, I also went out into Pittsburgh and sought opportunities that were based off of my own interests. And this is where I found a local nonprofit that really resonated with my personal passion. This is the Repair the World. And this starts my story of community. It's a national organization in the United States that mobilizes Jewish people. And this particular Pittsburgh chapter is focused particularly on food justice. So this is something that I knew I obviously loved. I was ingrained in that community, and it was something that I already felt like I had a lot of knowledge on. So I sought to attend a lot of the events that they were hosting until eventually they had one about aquaponics. Aquaponics is a food production system that pairs together aquaculture, the growth of fish, typically for food, and hydroponics, which is a type of soilless farming. It's frequently used in urban areas, and it's a closed loop cycle. So basically the fish is fertilizing the plants are growing, and then people can eat, and it all goes back into the fish. Hydroponics was already a hobby of mine. I spent a lot of time developing the systems at home with my stepfather in my basement. And I was also trying to get my high school's botanical society to switch over from soil-based farming within our greenhouses as well. So I felt like this was something that I could bring some expertise on. I loved this process, and I was excited to meet other people in my community who had a similar hobby. So I thought that this would be the perfect event to attend. And that's where I met my friend Finn, who was giving a presentation about an aquaponic system that he and his friends were building, and they were going to launch it in the center of town. And I knew from the instant that I saw this presentation, I wanted to be involved. So Vin was actually attending the University of Pittsburgh and was a member of the Enactus program, which is an entrepreneurial opportunity that university hosted. So here you can see him pictured with Keel and Kareem, who are members of the aquaponics club at the university. So the University of Pittsburgh is located essentially 5 minutes walking distance across the street from my own university. And we had never really had that many inter-university collaborations between students. Usually it's between researchers. But we both saw that there was a lot of value in the inter-university interaction and thought that this collaboration would ultimately lead into a positive benefit on our city. So when we look at Pittsburgh itself, it's a food desert. A food desert is an area that has limited access to food, and that in the United States is defined as an area that has no grocery store within 16 kilometers or about 20 minutes of walking distance from a house. All of the red areas on this map are portions of Pittsburgh that are covered in these. And we originally felt that developing an aquaponic system would have a positive impact because it could act as a food-centered community hub that would allow people to more easily access fresh vegetables, and could also be used as a learning program for at-risk youth so that they could connect to where their food is coming from. Because looking at this map, we also saw a correlation, of course, between food desert areas and more impoverished communities. So for about a year, we were working on iterating the system, and we moved it a couple of locations within the city. And ultimately, we found that while I think that this was quite an incredible opportunity for us to have built this, and it looked quite impressive. It was not having the level of impact that we were hoping that it would have. So for one thing, the problem of food system inequality is too hard for us to address by just launching a shipping container. Hydroponics also doesn't have the ability to grow that many different kinds of food. It's primarily focused towards leafy greens, which can only sustain a person so long. And additionally, there were a lot of other more pressing issues that we recognized within our food system that we also thought were being unaddressed. So we already knew that 16% of families in the United States are food insecure. And we also knew that this became more and more of our attention was that 40% of food produced in the United States goes into landfills. And this is equal to 170 million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent that is being released into the atmosphere every year because we are poor at managing our own resources. Along with this, when we looked at systems as a whole, we also saw a trend of people needing to pay for collection services. Our city had a lot of excess traffic congestion, and a lot of it was attributed to waste management. We also had excessive fuel consumption. And then when we look at the really big scale climate-oriented solutions, there was big petrochemical dependencies, and a lot of our energy was being imported. So we knew that the system was overall not ideal, and we sought out a process to help mitigate this problem. And that's where we came up with this concept that's called anaerobic digestion. So anaerobic digestion is a process through which bacteria break down organic matter, typically animal manure, wastewater, biosolids, food wastes. And this is all done in the absence of oxygen. For those of you who may not be scientists, as I also am not a scientist, basically in layman's term, we wanted to build the equivalent of a cow's stomach. Basically, it would digest food and it would turn it into gas in the form of primarily methane and a liquid waste that could be used as fertilizer, just like a cow that is sitting in a grass eating would do as well. Typically, this sort of system has been integrated very heavily into Germany, and it's used within their wastewater sewage system. But we also saw an increasing trend of small startups within the United States focusing on large-scale food waste mitigation with this type of technology as well. So what we thought that we could do that would be feasible would be to do this on a localized community scale. So focusing on making one of these machines in an easily deployable shipping container so that if we wanted to eventually scale it up, we could pack everything into the shipping container and ship it off to wherever, and then somebody could assemble it just like you would assemble a piece of IKEA furniture. However, in this situation, you have to remember that we're a group of 18 to 20-year-olds who know virtually nothing. So if you know virtually nothing, what do? Well, you just ask. So we reached out to one of the companies in the United States that was doing this on a larger scale, and that company is called Impact Bioenergy. And the CEO was incredibly helpful and happy to assist us on the development process. But to me, this was kind of shocking. Surely somebody wouldn't want to compete with a startup that could potentially become a competitor. However, for them, the point was to spread the word on more sustainable solutions. So of course, they were happy to help. And also they had a separate carbon scrubbing technology that they had already patented. So they could still make a profit if they wanted to. And we explored with them how we could build a machine. So we met with them, we did a lot of different designs. We worked with them to mock up a scaled down version of their machine, making all of these parts and pieces. And after a year's worth of discussion and mapping, we came to the conclusion that a machine that we would want to build would cost about 50,000 American dollars. So that's where I think our biggest challenge came. How do you get that kind of money when you don't have any money? So the traditional route for a startup is to go to an investor. When you're an 18-year-old girl with no prototype, this concept is not really feasible. So here's a picture of my team right before our first investment pitch. And I'm sure you can imagine there's no after picture because we were not very happy with the results. But what we were was in quite a unique situation because we were building a system within sustainable agriculture. And I have to say, while sustainable agriculture is becoming much more popular now, and the industry is finally getting the prospects and attention that I think it deserves, In 2017, the space was still pretty bare, and there were a lot of grant opportunities for us. Additionally, being a university student is also a good opportunity because I think it's a lot easier to acquire funding through university competitions and grants for people that are interested in innovation. So first we went to a grant competition that was hosted by the US Department of Energy, and it was sponsored by the Scott Institute for Energy at Carnegie Mellon. This was sort of my first big thing ever. I was speaking in front of a room full of professionals. I had to figure out how to design a feasible business model. And then I had to present an idea that I don't think scientifically I fully understood at that moment. I was terrified, but we still succeeded and we were able to secure second place and attend a national version of the competition as well, which meant that we had access to $25,000 and we also gained more credibility within the industry. However, this was also a sad experience because the funding for this competition was immediately pulled. And we were the last to receive any money for our innovations and ideas. And I know that it was a competitive competition. There were many amazing teams and there were many ideas that I think we as a society need to develop. And I can't imagine how many other ideas won't be developed due to these budget cuts. As of 2019, these are the numbers of impact that they had. 6 patents were created out of the competition that only existed for 2 years. 73 jobs were created, and $200,000 was put just back into the economy of the Pennsylvania region. So I know these are the numbers just from 2019. In 2022, Ecotone has raised a lot more than this. So we need to think about if our governments are sponsoring opportunities like that, they should not be doing budget cuts. They should be putting more money back into this because student innovations are the future and students are the mind of the future. But we can get back to the story. So we had half of the money under the belt and we also started applying around for more. We had our publicly funded grant and now we wanted to look at a more privately funded one. And I think that this particular grant that we wanted was quite interesting. It's sponsored by the Ford Fund, which is the nonprofit subsidiary of Ford Motor Company. So the Ford Fund every year gives 10 grants out to college students that are based in different countries in the Americas, Africa, and Europe. And this is called the Community College Challenge. And the theme for every year is that the grants goes to build sustainable communities. However, this year was also the 10th anniversary of the competition, which meant that out of the 10 winning grants within the United States, one could also win a van. But the university project, in order to win the van, had to prove that they were partnered with a local nonprofit because they needed to share the van with the nonprofit as well to ensure that the van would have the most positive impact on society. For us, this was not a challenge. There was already quite a successful organization in Pittsburgh called 412 Food Rescue. And this organization mobilizes volunteers to collect food that would otherwise be wasted and redistribute it to those that are in need. This entire solution for us would be a win-win because as students, we could operate in the evening hours and they could use the van during the working days. So our goals aligned perfectly. And we could collect whatever waste they couldn't redistribute. This matches the food waste recovery hierarchy, where you're recovering food in the most sustainable way. So I can gladly say we were able to secure the van and the additional funding to optimize our operations. But we still just needed a little bit more money. So we continued down the university route. We went on to additional pitch competitions through this Schwartz Center of Entrepreneurship at my university. And we were also able through those to get good feedback to develop better products. At this point, we had everything we needed to start building our system, and it took a year, but we did it and we were able to launch. At this point, I've now moved to Sweden, so I no longer work at Ecotone, but I'm very close with the current team, and I can say that they've already started construction on their second system. They sell their soil sauce, which is the fertilizer, in 20 states, and they've reused 30,000 pounds or 13.6 thousand kilograms of food waste. The fertilizer has also been certified as organic, and I'm expecting to see the company get its first Series A investment within the next 2 years, which is around $1 to $2 million. I couldn't be happier for them, but also knowing myself, I wanted to do something else. So now I have a story of failure, but failure just means a learning opportunity. Failure is not something that's bad. In 2018, I was accepted into the Young Sustainable Impact Incubator, which is located in Norway, and it's partially funded by the Norwegian government. I liked this incubator because it's set up 100% from scratch. You don't know your team, you don't know your solution, you don't know your problem. They aim to empower youth globally. So for 5 months, you work digitally, and then you meet the last few weeks in Norway. I was assigned to the food value chain with people from France, Taiwan, and the Philippines. We were working with up to 12 hours of difference in time zones, so it became quite a challenge for us. But with this aside, one of the benefits of the program is you really develop your problem discovery skills, which are key in developing strong solutions. And the key to innovation is developing something that people want or that they need. And I didn't do this with Egotone, but looking back at this now, I don't think I would create a solution without following this process. When working to develop solutions, there are 3 steps. You need to sense intent, know context, and know people. So that's a lot of customer discovery. And because we were located globally, we were able to survey about 2,000 farmers and interview around 100 to give us a better idea of what was going on within the industry. So from there, we identified some key pain points with the customers and also identified specific patterns within their journeys. And we had to map everything out, sitting and grouping topics. This was completely a new experience for me, but from it, I also learned a lot. We also needed to work to integrate users constantly throughout our process and make sure that we were on the right track. And that's where this fertilizer giant Yara comes in. They were partially funding the incubator. So we had experts that were there throughout the entire process of the journey in order to make sure that we were developing something that was actually a good and reasonable idea. They suggested that we map out our customer journey. So we did a lot of ethnographic research, we host interviews, and we mapped out some different people. Basically, from our 4 months of problem research, we noticed that farmers did feel content, but they also felt burdened and pressured. And some statistics that stood out to us were that in Southern and Southeast Asia, you have high impact for climate change, but you also hold really high levels of internet penetration, which for a team that functions completely digitally prior to the pandemic, this was a really good opportunity. We also noticed that 90% of produce goes through sales of middle party between 5 to 8 trades before it reaches the consumer. And farmers in these areas are generally getting as low as 4% of the final price, and they're not aware of the final price of their goods, which we found systematically unfair. So we determined that what we needed to do was to develop an app that would help farmers with their financial literacy by providing information about ongoing pricing changes for crops, and then also help them develop the harvest plans according to predictive algorithms. And we decided, after meeting farmers from all over the world, that India would be the ideal place to launch because of the high levels of internet penetration. And we also needed to bring somebody onto our team from India so that we could be better integrated into society there. Eventually, we made it to Norway, and we worked a few weeks on development. We spoke with a lot of different advisors. We were able to pitch a minimum viable product. And we were able to also announce that we were going to launch a test with 200 farmers in the northern region of India to continue grabbing feedback from them. And so we got a small grant from this Norwegian bank called Storebrand. This is where the story starts to fall apart a bit. So when we returned to our prospective countries, we had to design our go-to-market strategy so we could launch the app. We had to get our pricing tests to make sure that everything was in order. And our co-founder in India realized that this was not the career journey that he wanted to take, which is fine. But this also created a problem for us because even though we had already had all of these contacts, we were not able to maintain the development plan because we culturally did not understand the country. So with a teammate that was physically based in the Philippines, we decided to shift there. So we were still getting feedback at this point from Yara, and they actually invited us back to Norway at the Symposium Exchange, which is a large cross-industry conference that allows entrepreneurs to get feedback and also develop feedback and talk about industry trends. So at this moment, there were all the buzzwords going around about Internet of Things, blockchains, et cetera, being developed into farming. We went back to the Philippines and we were able to get around 20 farmers at this point to test and develop a relationship with an agricultural education program that was there. But then COVID came, and also we realized that the rural areas of the Philippines had such a low level of internet penetration. Farmers had to go and walk 20 minutes to be able to check the pricing information. It was no longer a feasible idea. So the project ultimately came to a demise. But there were a few things that I feel like we learned from the experience. One is that it's hard to launch products in areas for which you're not accustomed to the culture. There are also a lot of things that we take for granted that other people don't have in specific areas, such as internet. And then also, I think that financial literacy and transparency needs to be improved for farmers globally. And since many of you are located in Southeast Asia, I think it's something that you should further explore because you will have the ability to have more impact than I did. So now that we've discussed that, what does a young entrepreneur do after failure? At this time, it's the pandemic, so there wasn't a whole lot I could do. For a while in the States, a friend and I continued to explore the food industry. We recognized the challenge of entertaining children. There was lead poisoning in soil in the area that we lived in, and that the supply chain was heavily impacting fresh foods. So we wanted a solution that would allow families to grow food at home quite easily. We recycled bottles and we painted them so people could have their own mini hydroponics kits at home. And it was a great activity. We had a little bit of impact. It was something that's fun and could easily be replicated in your home if you wanted to. And then I moved to Sweden, and it was my time to have my last entrepreneurial huzzah. So with an artist from Estonia, we participated in a hackathon that was sponsored by the Estonian Ministry of the Environment and an incubator there called Garage 48 that specifically is targeting young, sustainably oriented entrepreneurs. The problems we recognized were that there were 79 billion cubic meters of fabric being wasted every year, and that 90% of art graduates in Europe were not entering the industry. But we also saw a trend that when clothing was recycled or upcycled, 30% of the carbon dioxide emissions within the industry for that particular path was being reduced. So we had this idea to develop a platform that specifically paired upcycled items so that artists could continue making art with young people. And we received a bit of funding from the Republic of Estonia to work on this project, but ultimately not much came from it. So of course, I had to get like a regular, boring old job, and sustainability became my hobby. I started participating in a couple of other small things. One is the Unite 2030 program, which is a nonprofit movement that enables youth and empowers them globally. It currently holds, I think, 14,000 changemakers worldwide in the network, and we're all under 30. I was also a youth representative at Pre-COP's youth climate negotiations, which was sponsored by Connect for Climate. So both of these programs allowed me to meet hundreds of young changemakers from all over the world. We all got to sit and discuss together mutual creation towards sustainable resilience and sustainable development, and how our different countries were dealing with different issues within climate change, and how we thought that they could do things better. Both of these experiences also broadened my mindset a lot, coming from the United States, where we have a lot of money and also one of the largest countries to pollute. I didn't get to see the impacts of climate change as much as a lot of my peers were seeing. Even though I was aware of them, their stories were so much more intense than something that you can read about or see in the news. Community movements made me realize through all of these opportunities that that's where you can have the most impact. And so thinking of myself as a change-oriented person, the next thing that I wanted to do was to build a movement. So last summer, the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, which is designed to deliver innovation across Europe, announced that they were looking for 10 food-oriented Generation Z to design a manifesto for the European governments and general bodies to ensure that our food system was being developed sustainably. They've done a survey, and there are a lot of problems that they recognized. 52% of young people track their food habits. 82% of young women want to know how food affects their mental health. 78% of young people want more transparency within their food. 67 seek advice on social media about healthy and sustainable food. And also 67 want more healthy and more affordable food. And finally, a number that absolutely shocked me through this survey was that 64% more than half of young people in Europe were interested in being involved in developing more sustainable and more resilient food systems. I always went through thinking that this was some weird niche that I had, but really this is something that a lot of young people really care about. So when it comes down to this, these sorts of problems are not something that can be changed with a startup. These sorts of problems are something that need to be changed through industry transition and policy making. So some food experts on a panel of judges picked out 10 of us from an application pool, and they gave us the challenge of redefining the goals and prospects that we want to see within the European Commission. So here you can see our team. We represent 8 different countries with a wide variety of experiences. We have entrepreneurs, economists, farmers, nutritionists, and we had 2 months to write a Menu for Change manifesto to present to the European Commission and industry leaders within Europe and what we wanted to see for the future of food. This occurred last November. So for us, splitting the work between the 10 of us was not overtly difficult because we're all really passionate, but making sure everything was covered was actually quite a bit of a challenge because despite our wide variety of experiences and expertise, not every topic was conveniently fully covered. So a lot of research had to go into identifying new topics, and we began exploring a lot of new things here. And that's where I developed an unknown passion for true cost accounting, which is an involving method of analysis to see how much our food actually costs us, the externalities of our food being integrated into the costs so that we can end up buying more sustainable and healthier food rather than our unhealthy, unsustainable food being the cheaper option. Over the next 2 weeks, we recognized a large amount of overlap also with a lot of topics, which is inevitable, of course. Food systems are highly synergetic and they're highly holistic. And so we had to elaborate with many different portions of the system interlinking with each other, and also figure out, with the food system being so big, how we could concisely explain to people that don't have a lot of time what they need to do to be better. So we concluded with a couple of topics within true cost accounting, sustainable and regenerative agriculture, unhealthy food taxation, food labeling, food education in school, and food waste. That's where we wanted to focus on. At this point, circular design principles were identified, and we were able to clearly map out correlation and connection between our 6 points, where our goals were focused on food accessibility, food waste reduction, nutritional well-being, and the adoption of regenerative practices. And we defined our tools and mechanisms that we wanted to use in order to achieve that through true cost accounting, food labeling, food education, and food policy. So we were able to finally finalize and summarize our points in the manifesto, and you can scan the QR code here to read the full report, and also follow us on Instagram and LinkedIn to become a part of the movement. I'm going to read in short what these are, because this is our European manifesto, and I think because of how globalized food systems are, that this is something that also needs to be integrated at a worldwide level. So I'd like to see this movement spread further. We want to target 25% of EU agricultural land to be managed under regenerative practices, and also involve a training body that supports new and existing farmers to transition to this. We want to define uniform EU nutrition labeling guidelines that are easily and accessible to meet individuals' needs and include the environmental impacts of food products. We want to develop an inclusion policy that considers the effects of regulations on food costs among vulnerable populations and the provision of vouchers for nutrient-rich foods. We want to develop an EU-wide true cost of food policy that mandates the calculation of the true cost of foods for specifically medium to large corporations and multinationals through the use of impact assessments and life cycle analyses. We want to tackle food waste in supermarkets and throughout the development of bioeconomy by creating supermarket reduction monitoring plans, a food waste monitoring program, and accelerating the development of substitutes for fossil fuel-based materials, and instead focused on ones that are bio-based, recyclable, or biodegradable. And we want to include the nutritional health and environmental implications of food in education, because as young people, how else are we supposed to learn what we need to see change? We also want to provide support for parents and teachers on healthy and sustainable diets to ensure that as we are growing, we're receiving the food that we need to become the best that we can be. I think in terms of general feedback, this manifesto might have been one of the most well-published and well-received things I've produced. We were featured in 26 newspapers across Europe. And I think that this is partially because it's something that was so concrete. And from this, we were able to speak with a lot of influential decision makers. And I want to end with that because the last meeting that I had with Food Drink Europe, they asked a question that I don't think I had thought about that much. They said, how do you think we're speaking with youth? And how do we empower youth in order to make a change? I don't think that I thought that much about this question because usually when I'm in these sorts of meetings, I feel like I am a representative for youth washing. I think a lot of people want to have a young face there to brand us as a stamp of approval that somebody young was participating in a meeting and has approved of it, but not that the group actually wants to make an effort to change or an effort to listen to what young people are saying. I appreciated when I was asked that question because the person asking was furiously taking notes, and it looked like they wanted to actually initiate the steps to change. And despite the fact that I had never thought that this was a question that would be asked to me, I knew immediately what my answer was because I've gained all of these experiences. So I think the solution to empower youth is that we need to utilize existing resources to empower them financially, through feedback and through education, and create collaborative opportunities where youth are interacting with adults. My success is due to the fact that all of these organizations created programs that went to not only provide money for my different opportunities, but also to provide feedback and learning opportunities that led to my successful change. And I think that a lot of these opportunities are important because even if not all of my solutions succeeded in the sense that they did what they were supposed to do, I gained a lot of important skills that I'm inevitably going to bring back into the industry and I'm going to bring back into society. And I'm able to make a better change because of all of these different things. So I know that if I had not gone through these, my impact in the future would not be as big. And overall, what I learned was collaboration and empowerment are keys to development. Community impact is also easier to achieve, and it's generally harder for us to develop solutions for things in regions that we're not accustomed to. And so our impact will be greater if we're focused on local. And finally, we're only as powerful as our reach is, so creating movements and building relationships is key to success. What can I encourage you to do? For those of you that are based in Southeast Asia, I know of a few opportunities. So YSI, which was in Norway, no longer has any funding due to the pandemic, but they did launch an initiative within your region called Interseed. And that's a digital platform that accelerates sustainable growth for entrepreneurs of all ages and impact founders to find funding and to find talent. Additionally, the Swedish Institute has a management training program that entices the collaboration between Sweden and managers and entrepreneurs in Southeast Asia. And finally, for everyone, Unite 2030 has opportunities all over the globe for young people to participate and for those that are not younger to provide feedback for them. As academics and adult researchers, your job is to empower and to focus on helping support effective solutions for world problems in order to lead to resilient futures. So 80,000hours.org is a website focused on effective altruism, which is about using evidence and careful analysis to figure out where our resources help others the most. And I think as researchers, you are able to have the most impact in a lot of these areas. If you don't know what problems to focus on, they draw on work from the University of Oxford's Global Priorities Institute, the Open Philanthropy Project, and also their own expert research. And they focus on areas of emerging technologies and global catastrophic risk, where they basically rank high priority areas on artificial intelligence, global priorities research, building effective altruism, and reducing global catastrophic biological risks. So I hope that I provided some interesting insight for you today, and I wanted to thank you for listening to my journey. And of course, I invite you to stay updated on my current work here and hope to see you explore, create, and collaborate to create impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Sasha, indeed, for sharing your success, the challenges you had, and as well as the learnings from your journey thus far. I think it's good if we have a short queue, chance for questions, so we can maybe accommodate questions. Is there anyone online on the platform who's connecting, as well as anyone physically in Sri Lanka or Thailand? Yeah, there's one question from Sri Lanka.
Thank you very much, Sasha, for your, the very elaborative, interesting presentation and your case. So you said that you have started something in year 12. So I think in our discussions also we discussed what will be the best age to get into the entrepreneurship. And we were discussing in Sri Lanka the situation where when the university students come to the university, whether they are already past that age to get into the entrepreneurship. So that I think you have mentioned that your experience that you start with the year 12 and what it made for you to start that, and whether that give the impulse to and continue this to reach your destinations now. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you. That's an excellent question. So I think generally younger ages are better to start with because a lot of entrepreneurship is focused around creativity and development. So I'm glad that I started my journey when I was 12 years old because I think that it created an interesting thinking process that gave me a different skill set. But I also know a lot of other entrepreneurs within the community that didn't start doing anything until they were in university. I think that that's the most common place for people to start.
Okay, thank you, Professor Veerasinghe, for that question, and Asha for the answer. Any other questions from the audience, virtual, Thailand, Europe?
I think Europe has a question.
Okay, yes, Europe. Europe, Yogan? Yogan, you can ask a question. Oh, okay, it's Evie.
Hi, Sasha. Thank you so much for a fantastic presentation and what a journey you have had already, being so young. I also think you really highlighted some of the thinking that we do in our research field, namely the system thinking when it comes to climate change adaptation and to societal resilience, etc. And the food industry is certainly one of those fields that also operates very well. It's a whole system of actors and so forth. For the sake of the SECRA project, I was just wondering what kind of key mechanisms do you see very important at the university to support young people, both in entrepreneurial thinking and innovation thinking, and also to so mechanisms at the university, but also mechanisms that goes between the university and external actors, so what we call university enterprise collaboration. If you have any thoughts on that, thanks.
Yeah, definitely. I think as a current university, sorry, I hear myself. As a current university student, one of the things I've noticed that is lacking in a lot of universities is collaboration between researchers and students. Campuses host a lot of events for students, and they host a lot of events for researchers. And it's generally quite hard to break those boundaries that enables students to be able to participate in those research-oriented events as well. That's something that I wish I could see more. Usually you have to become friends with a professor or develop a stronger relationship with the professor before you can break into that circle. And then when it comes to with enterprises, I think it depends on what the university's particular skill sets are in. Because I went to very business heavy schools like the Stockholm School of Economics or Carnegie Mellon, I think that that's something that they succeeded in quite well. But their end goal is basically to hire students. So that's why they want to build those relationships. So it's trying to figure out how to build a relationship with the end goal not being how to hire talent.
Thanks. I don't know, did you also have a question?
Yeah, but I think Kendra has a question, so we can do that first.
Thanks.
Kendra.
Good afternoon. Actually, I think my question is related to Jorgen's. Thank you very much, Sasha, for what you shared. It's very inspiring, and just realizing how much time and effort goes into something like this. I'm from the Philippines, so I very much understand the challenges that you faced with the farmer situation here. I was just wondering, one of the activities within this project is to develop corporate startup labs. And you had already mentioned a lot of activities and things that you probably need to consider at the start of the journey. You talked about intent and knowing your audience, know your target market, knowing the culture. So if you were to design some sort of workshop for those who are just getting started on this journey and wanting to, put up their own startup, I guess what sorts of activities would you prioritize?
That's a great question. So I think a lot of people that want to create startups have an idea and they want to create that idea. And I don't think that that's how one can create a successful business, because there's no way to know if your idea is actually a useful idea or if it's just something cool that you thought of. So what I recommend for a lot of people is to actually go down the design thinking journey. And that could be through the form of sensing intent, sensing context, and that sort of path, or also using the problem diamond. There are a lot of different types of mapping tools that you could use, but maybe teaching a couple of those tools and doing small workshops where you're innovating with people within your community on those sorts of problems, so you can really gain that problem-seeking skill set first. Because I think the solution part is actually super easy. Einstein once said you need to do 70% of your thinking should be focusing on the problem. And I super agree with that.
Thank you very much. Resonates very well with what our sectoral representatives have said also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions from the audience?
Can I ask a final question, Lasith, if that's okay?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think you're almost, yeah, okay. Go ahead, Evie.
Sasha, what do you think are the elements of a good collaboration? You mentioned one that didn't work, but others obviously did. So what would you say would be, that?
Yeah, so I think the hardest part of collaboration, especially if you're doing like global collaboration, is communication. Because you're all in different time zones, you all have different lives, you all have different cultures. And creating a good communication plan, I think, is what is really key. Setting up an iterative portfolio plan of what your expectations are and what your goals are to achieve within 4 months and working backwards from there. And then checking in once every couple of weeks to make sure that that plan is actually working. And if it's not working, what those problems are, I think is the baseline for what you need for a good collaboration. And once you're able to achieve this, I think the rest of it will come a lot more easily.
Thank you. And I just have to say that, there's hope for the future with people like you around. So thank you.
Thank you, Sasha. And it's indeed great to hear about your story once again. And I think the audience here in Sri Lanka and everyone can join me in a clap of hands to appreciate your work. And we wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we're moving on the agenda, and it's project administration related communications. And I think the other is the survey results, probably which Irene may share. Irene or Jorgen would be taking the lead.
Lasith, it's David reporting this. The person
he's online.
He's online. It's David Alpera. He did our review.
Okay, David, over to you.
Good afternoon, good morning, everyone. You hear me okay? Because I was having some kind of issues with the sound. You hear me okay?
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear.
Okay, so thanks everyone for being here. Excuse me, I think I have like 15, 20 minutes, so I'll try to make it as quick as possible and as unboring as possible. I'm gonna be sharing my screen, okay? Because I'm gonna be going through the topic of my presentation today is mainly focusing on the results of the first M&E report, monitoring and evaluation report, okay? So I'm gonna be sharing my screen. Hold on one second.
Yeah.
Okay, are you able to see the PDF?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so I'm David Alpera, I'm the external evaluator, sorry, for the project. I'm gonna be producing 3 monitoring and evaluation reports, mainly coinciding with the 3 years of each of the 3 years of the SECRA project. This first report did cover mainly the whole year 2021, from January 15th all the way until December 15th. That was agreed with MIUN as project coordinators. And this is within the scope of Work Package 7, Quality Control or Quality Assurance Work Package, one of the 3 transversal work packages. The external evaluator usually, not usually, sorry, it doesn't work for the European Commission and it doesn't work for the institution coordinating the project or projects. I just wanted to clarify that, okay? So I don't work for MIUN and I don't work either for the European Commission. That's why external evaluators are per se external to such institutions or bodies mentioned. And once again, as agreed with Evie and with Jürgen, this was a sort of a self-assessment review of the activities and outputs of the project, okay? As I mentioned, the external evaluation is within the scope of Work Package 7, the quality assurance, okay? Let's move on. First, work package, one of the main key results and outputs of this first year. By first year, of course, I'm referring to 2021. And this has been the partner country reports, a sort of comprehensive needs analysis and a status quo report. This was produced by UCLAN on October 2021, and recommendations were gathered, literature review was in place, research as well, conclusions, recommendations. And of course, I'm not going to be reading all of them because that report is available for everyone, and this is not the purpose of my presentation. It's just to mention that this has been in place, timely delivered, and once again, you are all aware of this report. In terms of numbers of surveys and replies gathered, I do consider that has been quite complete and on the high part of the scale compared with other projects. I think it's relevant, the number of people participating in feeding into the conclusions and all the content of the report. One thing that I wanted to mention is that you've seen the questionnaire that I shared with you at the end of last year, and one relevant thing of this first M&E evaluation report is that important parts of this report is coming from your feedback, okay? Because of course, and even more, we need to think that local project partners, let's say Philippines and Sri Lankan and Thai partners, their feedback and input, of course, it's considered more relevant and accurate than the ones from the European partners or even from the external evaluator himself, because they are the ones, on the ground, and they know what perspective, what's the current situation, etc. Okay, just wanted to clarify that and to put in perspective why this questionnaire was sent to you, and now those results are being introduced and fed into this report that I'm sharing with you. And by the way, I wanted to mention Jorgen and Evi. I assume I haven't found in MS Teams their report. Maybe I haven't checked properly, but I assume it is no problem sharing the report with the rest of the partners, right? I just wanted to double check that.
No, David, we have it in a channel, management channel, and we will release it after the committee meeting tomorrow, because we also have,
Okay, thanks for clarifying that, Evi, because I didn't want to bore people with a lot of details if they can read it. But yeah, I agree, it's a good thing to share it after your internal processing. No problem. Thanks for that. So in terms of these partner country reports, which I would say is the main outcome of this whole first year, and of course, Work Package 1 in all projects, it's the base, is the foundation, because usually it's always referring in the capacity building for higher education projects, is always referring to the analysis of the status quo, of the needs, and what actions are recommended. Okay, so it's a really important work package in all projects and really important documents, whatever you want to call it, but this type of status quo report or needs analysis, okay, or country reports if several countries are participating in one EC project. As I was saying, and just to finish with this Work Package 1, all the feedback that was compiled, or overall, all the feedback that was gathered from all project partners has been quite positive. So that's assuring the steering committee and all of the project partners that proper work was in place and a good result. And in terms of work in the project as a whole. Okay, important to mention that over there, once you can check this report next week, you can also refer to some issues or barriers that were identified mainly by the local project partners. Okay, some of them, without going into too much detail, some of them refer to privacy data, or sometimes interviewees not being that open for whatever reason. Okay, that's something common that we can see in other projects, unfortunately. Okay, but overall, once again, the important thing is to remark that project partners do consider these work packages, and especially the initial report, as positive and valid and serving its purpose, as I just mentioned there. Okay. In terms of Work Package 2, it was decided to be postponed. Follow up next week with Evi and Jorgen. Okay, but since a slight delay was on the implementation of Work Package 1, of course, it did affect Work Package 2 in that sense, and Work Package. In terms of, I'm gonna jump because Work Package 3 is supposed to be starting somewhere around March 2022, and Work Packages 4 and 5 are not due per se, but I wanted to mention, as per MIUN and whatever I was able to find content uploaded on MS Teams, that an important work has been done on regarding the UEC Compass and specifically the questionnaire. Okay, that's important. That's a really important tool. Okay, now we go into the three horizontal or transversal work packages that in this type of projects are always dissemination, quality assurance or quality control or quality management, and project management, okay? In terms of dissemination, we can say that the dissemination plan has been delivered. It is recommended to have some kind of updates because of changing circumstances, but so far, as it was requested by the proposal, it has been timely and effectively produced. Regarding feedback, it's important to mention that project partners did provide different or several internal and external target groups. Once again, this is of course much more relevant for the local project partners, for the Philippines, the Sri Lanka, and the Thai partners. In terms of social media, the website is up and running, and the same goes for Twitter. Dissemination is something that the EC puts a lot of, let's say, a lot of focus on. So it is very important always to try to have updated websites with current news, Twitter, also with followers, etc. So dissemination is not only important because the EC considers so, but because it's important for this process of awareness raising, to reach out to external stakeholders, to other projects, to other possible synergies, etc. So please, I do insist to, especially to the local partners, to try your best on a regular basis in terms of fostering dissemination in whatever means, even more on these, let's say, virtual circumstances that we've been living in the last 2 years. And okay, and who knows when this is gonna end for good. Okay, so it is important. Other things that have been produced and developed, and let's say work in progress, the newsletters and press releases. Okay, as relevant for Work Package 6, that was dissemination. Work Package 7, as I said, second of the three horizontal work packages, the quality assurance. It's a key work package, of course, same as the other two transversal ones. Quality plan, it's already delivered. I need to check if the final version has been revised or not, but I'm not gonna stop with that right now. And also another relevant document, as you can see there, the risk analysis and the management plan. In terms of feedback from the project partners, also relevant to mention that you all do overall consider whatever quality processes and measures implemented so far are good, okay, and are working effectively. And some suggestions were mentioned there. I could just quickly read: generating more articles and papers, peer-reviewed and published, and will strengthen the overall quality of the quality metrics of the deliverables. Nothing else relevant right now in terms of quality. Work Package 8, project management, the third and last horizontal work package. Gantt chart or chronogram is in place. I do advise, due to the different latitudes and countries and changing circumstances of the COVID-19 restrictions, or even right now, who knows, with the war going on, etc., or the specific circumstances or some countries, I do advise to revise once in a while. I assume via the steering committee, that in this particular project coincides that the quality board, I forgot to mention that quality board is functioning, is leading the role as the steering committee, and the other way around. So I do suggest, as I was mentioning, to try to update every 3, 4, 5 months the Gantt chart or chronogram. It's always important, even more under these changing circumstances, and different countries and latitudes in place, because sometimes in Europe we could have the feeling that pandemic is almost over, but in other places they might be under lockdown or more restrictions. So it's good to have an overall view and an adjustment of the chronogram. I don't think, besides the last thing I'm going to mention in terms of the Work Package 8, once again, project management, is that regular meetings are in place whenever possible on a face-to-face or hybrid mode, and of course virtual meetings, not only in terms of project meetings per se, but of the steering committee meetings on a virtual mode. Okay, now I'm gonna be like 5-10 minutes maximum focusing on the conclusions and recommendations. Once again, I wanted to remind you that most of these, no matter has been double checked or let's say quote to quote validated, but the important fact here is that most of this content is coming from your feedback. So we need to consider that as valid, as valid per se and as shared. Of course, not everybody is aligned in every aspect or in every opinion or in every piece of feedback, but it is important because of that, because you have been providing this feedback for these conclusions and recommendations. Okay, recommendations are more coming from myself, but conclusions, once again, no matter they have been double checked and shared with NIUN as project coordinators, but it is important to remind that. The project is having a progress that is considered adequate. Of course, once again, we cannot forget that we've been exactly 2 years under very difficult and virtual circumstances due once again to the COVID-19. Other important matters is that, for instance, the collaboration or cooperation between project partners is in place and is also considered positive. Work Package 1, we've already discussed or mentioned, that has produced comprehensive and proper content, and the positive rating that you have provided to the 3 horizontal work packages, once again being dissemination, quality assurance, and project management. Collaboration, we've already mentioned, that has been positive so far, and of course we hope it's going to be like that until the very end of the project and even furthermore. I just wanted to mention here, it is important always to keep associated partners close, quote to quote, close to the project and providing with relevant feedback and input and ideas and suggestions. Then once you have the report available, these particular 2 or 3 subsequent points, I want you to pay some attention. I'm not going to be reading all of them, but I just wanted to let you know that this is here in the report, at the very end of the report, in the conclusions section. I have compiled from you, once again, from all of you project partners, challenges towards the full development of SECRA project and activities within your own institutions, okay? And also, what challenges do you see for non-partner institutions or organizations? So please, once you have time to be able to access this, hopefully next week, the report, pay some attention for that, because let's remind that we still have 2 years ahead of us, and now is the moment to try to address some of those or work towards that direction of minimizing them or overcoming those barriers or hurdles or challenges. Okay. In terms of also feedback that was compiled and considered positive, the objectives and activities of the project are realistic, and the activities are relevant to the needs of the target group. That's also very important, okay? Because that definitely per se means that commitment is there, and that you, once again, quote to quote, the Philippines, the Sri Lankans, and the Thai partners, you do consider that a project is going to be useful, and the activities and all the process and development makes sense, proper sense, okay? main strengths are there as well. Just going to be quickly mentioning data from 3 countries, collaboration, know-how gathered through the collaboration and cooperation with other project partners, initiative, etc. What's making SECRA project different from other initiatives? Also some interesting things. As you can see here, the RRM, the specific focus on enterprises and resilience, and of course the main topic or the key topic of the project is strengthening this university enterprise collaboration, triple helix when possible, etc., etc. Okay, just wanted to let you know that is there. Also, some national initiatives were compiled that you can check for benchmarking or just to get some ideas or be able to make some proper research when convenient. The overall rating and assessment, as I said, is let's remind once again that this report mainly coincides with the whole past year, the 2021. So at this stage, project partners have considered that the overall rating and assessment in key issues of the project, key aspects is overall positive. Okay. Also, I was able to gather some matters and to be improved and some suggestions. Okay. Financial operations or different financial regulations, or let's put it clearly and simple because we've seen it in other projects. Yes, we know that sometimes EC requirements are a bit strict and not easy to deal with and not tropicalized, unfortunately, but that's it is like that, and I can assure you that that's common to all of the projects. So yes, we do understand that those, let's say, hurdles or challenges are there in terms of the financing and all the strict regulations, but as of today, there is no other way around more than trying to adapt and communicate and work hand in hand with the project coordinator and with the project officer. Regarding what other projects project partners are aware of in similar initiatives, of course, Cabaret, that would be the most relevant, I would say, from my point of view. Some others are mentioned there. Also, I was able to compile positive changes, not only in terms of the participating institutions, that you can see there are quite a few over there, okay, inputs and contributions as well, and also from an individual perspective point of view. These are really common for other projects, of course, networking with regional partners and with European partners, possibilities of future projects, of course, capacity building. These are common, but at the same time are very, very, very interesting and positive to have them here. And before the recommendations, I did elaborate on, once again, thanks to your feedback from project partners, I was able to compile ideas about and conclusions about sustainability, impact, and efficiency. There is you can see a quite long list of results that you project partners do consider that are going to be maintained and sustained once the EU funding is not in place. That's very positive. I'm not going to be reading them, of course. That's not it's not the case today, but please, once you have access to the report, pay some attention to that, because once again, this key issue from here is that conclusions, more than recommendations, but conclusions are coming once again from your feedback, and that's very, very, very important because it takes into account your national and regional context. Okay, some suggestions are also developed and compiled there in terms of suggestions towards future sustainability of actions and recommendations as well. Okay, so you can see the list is quite long. Once again, that mentions that your feedback was not only relevant, but you did emphasize many different aspects, okay, that in what relates to sustainability. In terms of impacts, also, we were able to compile some of the impacts either as of today or foreseen for the rest of the project, or even more after the project per se, the 3 years are done. And also just the consideration and confirmation that you do consider that the project is impacting, or for sure will impact, a variety of stakeholders in the university enterprise collaboration ecosystem in the three countries. Okay. In terms of efficiency, once again, considering the special circumstances that we've been living through these last two quite sad 2 last years due to COVID, overall, I would say that it's a positive consideration. That overall, not only the project was delivered or has been delivered so far in a cost-efficient manner, but also timely produced. And once COVID-19 caused some restrictions or challenges that sometimes are not able to be properly addressed at 100%, at least the solutions or the options or the alternatives in place did work quite fine. In terms of recommendations, since it's only a couple minutes, I'm gonna be just reading one by one if you don't mind, okay? Of course, in each proposal, in each application that all of you have, indicators are compiled, and MIUN, I believe, has done a very good job compiling them in the corresponding folder of Work Package 7, Quality Assurance, within the MS Teams, okay? So please pay attention to the indicators, because now, as we said, we do have, or specifically, you do have 2 years ahead of you, and it's important to try to accomplish the indicators, okay? Because that's gonna provide better and higher quality results. It is not only to make the EC happy when they read that, but we have the experience that accomplishing as much as possible indicators always leaves a better result after the project ends, okay? More insisting on the benchmarking and reviewing with the quality indicators as above mentioned, not only by the QB, by the quality board, but also every time a work package leader or a project partner is working on a deliverable, always check the indicators in the proposal. Please, it's better to address any challenges or any difficulties while you are producing the deliverable, or any request or requisite, than at the very end of the project. That the experience is telling me that most of the times. As mentioned before, in the dissemination work package, and of course you need to agree, and there are make sure that there are not IP or copyright issues. Try to make public and upload on the website, Twitter, or on your own website all relevant deliverables. It's very important to raise awareness and all these sort of aspects and effects from the project. I did mention also again, before, on the quality assurance work package, due to the different latitudes and countries being considered and unchanging circumstances, try to update once in a while the Gantt chart and the chronogram. I would say, I don't know, maybe every 3-4 months. That would be my advice. Also very important from a quality point of view, always try to produce feedback surveys at any event, any activity, even if it's quote-unquote internal activity or event, only with project partners. It is good. It is good to compile suggestions, recommendations, feedback from people, and of course, process this feedback and act for coming events. This is not something that needs to be kept on a drawer or on a virtual folder. It needs to be read, and conclusions drawn out of there, and then some actions to be implemented for improving future events and activities. That's also very, very important. Of course, this has been considered by all of you once possible after COVID restrictions are not in place or are not that strict in some countries, go back to face-to-face trainings and activities once it's possible. Experience is telling us that virtual exchange, especially in what relates to trainings, virtual mode is not always the best for many reasons that we all know. Plus the fact that we are all getting very tired of working on a virtual scenario for almost 2 years. Okay. And this is more to make the life of the work package leaders and the project coordinator and the external evaluator easier. Please, every event or after every event or every activity, please try to compile properly and timely relevant evidences of those activities. It's important for the factual point of view. Okay. Important to disseminate, always very important, okay? I think I mentioned before, trying to maximize engagement with associated partners for several reasons. And also a piece of advice for all of you, and also for my UN, try not to leave the sustainability plan for the very end. It is true that it cannot be done 2 years before because nobody knows what's going to happen in the next 2 years. But my advice is try to start working ASAP in a kind of a framework of what you plan to address there, because writing the sustainability plan at the very end, and that I've seen it happening in many projects, it always doesn't deliver a good sustainability plan per se. Okay, so that's, I think, a good piece of advice over there. So, okay, sorry if I've been more than my allotted time, but that would be all from my side. I'm open to any question, any feedback, anything you need, I'm here.
Thank you, David. Okay, any questions physically from Colombo and virtually anyone? It seems to be nothing from here. Europe, Thailand. Okay, I guess we have no questions, raised hands. So
Okay,
thanks, David.
No problem. I assume everything was perfect, or I assume everything was really boring. So either or.
Everything was perfect, David.
So thank you all. Okay, thanks a lot. We'll keep in touch, and thanks again. Take care. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, David. Okay, so I think we move on to the final item on the agenda, which is the project wrap-up. So Evie and Jürgen, over to you.
Thanks, Lasith. I'll be making some brief closing remarks. Let's see if you can give me the ability to share my screen.
Yeah.
That would be great. I just have one slide. I'll be brief. Before I do that, let me first of all thank David for a great presentation of this report, which is available on Teams under Work Package 7 for all of you to look at. We also have a specific item on the steering committee meeting tomorrow with some items for discussion, how to take the project further based on the review that you did. So we're really thankful for it. Just to touch upon something that you mentioned quite a few times, and Irene as well, the importance of feedback. Also tying it to Sasha's comment on communication in good collaboration. Please make sure you fill out the questionnaire that Irene sent out. This is really important for us. Not pat ourselves on the back, but to know what we're doing wrong or wrong less well, I guess, and trying to improve. But also it's nice to pat ourselves on the back every once in a while. So that's not bad. Just to also remind everyone to upload your presentations. There is a folder in admin under meetings, project meetings, March 2022, and I don't remember exactly what the file name is, but you will see it when you'll recognize when you see it. And much like the previous meeting, it's divided by days, day 1, day 2, day 3. So make sure you put your PDFs there for everyone to see. So I would like first to thank everyone, especially the organizers, Lasith and Rukmal's team, for putting this together, as well as the country leads. I know that the first meeting we had on this was probably November, trying to figure out the puzzle of this meeting. I know you mentioned, David, and I know people are sick and tired of meeting online, including ourselves here. So this was a step towards a physical meeting, but it has been quite a puzzle, different time zones, different ways of meeting. So it's been challenging, but also a very rewarding experience, I think, for all of us, because at least we were able to see each other partly. And I will start with that. I will start with the collaboration that we did yesterday, really. The goal was to make waffles in waffle iron in fire. So the collaboration, well, I actually was mostly Jürgen who did this, but we all helped by eating the waffles by a frozen lake in an open fire. So, and I guess this is just a funny way to say that I think it's important for all of us to at least see some of us and the people that we can, because you cannot replace human interaction, really. And yes, our lake is still frozen, unlike the temperatures you have in Colombo, for example, but we're not going to dwell on that right now. Okay, let me stop sharing these. All right. I will also say that we have worked under less than optimal conditions for the past year, but I really think that the challenges really have turned into an opportunity. I don't mean to sound like Pollyanna here, but challenges that included hindrances in data collection, figuring out budget modifications, what we can spend money on, what we cannot spend money on, and really how to deliver a decent product that we have promised in the absence of face-to-face interaction has been a challenge but an opportunity, because I think we are more resourceful and perhaps more problem-solving oriented because of the experience of SECRA in the past year. Just hoping that we can all meet each other finally. I know this sounds like a broken record, but we're working towards that. And I'm pretty proud of what we have done. I think all of us are. So with that, I will close the closing remarks. Thank you so much.
I think we see there is a hand raised by John, ADMU, and oh no, sorry, that's the raise hand. Okay, it's all right. So I think we'll. Any other comments from anyone? Neither? No, right? Okay, so then we'll say bye from Sri Lanka. Everyone there, have a great evening, everyone. We'll also be taking a break from this. All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Stay safe.
Thank you.
Good evening, good afternoon.
Okay, thank you, everyone left here. Thank you. Keep in touch. Thanks again. Bye.